2 at HiveFest. I told you it wouldn't be hot, but it's quite okay here, but it's not as cold as I thought it would be. So I'm building a house, I already told you guys that. So all my clothes are in a container, stored away. So I didn't have anything to wear on day 2, and I'd like to wear something, and I didn't have time to go to a tailor or something. So then I found this t-shirt, and some of you might recognize it. I already got some people who recognize it. This is actually the shirt I wore. It's from Prada. I wore it, no it is not, but in Krakow in 2018. And I thought it would be pretty fitting. Well, yeah, it's not fitting, but fitting for this situation here, because back then we were in Wilicka, as some of you remember, in the salt mines, also kind of dungeony. And here we are back in a dungeon, because that's where we like to reside, right? Especially on day 2. So we are here in the dungeons or the cellars of the Diocletian Palace. But obviously today it's your palace, but it is not really our palace, because it's the palace of the emperor, the Diocletian emperor. And without further ado, I want to invite him up the stage together with his legionaries to give us a proper welcome. Good morning, Emperor.
Et nos mutamur in ilis, quod olum aurivis et denariorum potentia fuit, nunc in numeris et cryptographia inventur. I'm sure you understood that. However, let me repeat in English. Greetings, citizens and innovators of the new age. Today we find ourselves standing at the precipice of a financial revolution not unlike the one I faced centuries ago. My poor back. Back then, the empire was crumbling under the weight of a falling currency and rampant inflation. I'm sure you're familiar with that. Chaos reigned and the people suffered. I, Diocletian, understood that to save Rome, we needed a new economic order. The introduction of the Edict on Maximus Prices and the creation of the Solidus were measures designed to stabilize the system on the brink of collapse. The foundation of a resilient state rests upon sound currency, a lesson as true now as it was then. You, the pioneers of the blockchain, the architects of Web3, are facing your own moment of crises and opportunity. Like Rome in my day, the world today finds itself plagued by the shortcomings of centralized control and the decay of trust. The great fiat currencies of your time, much like the denarius and mine, are being tested by inflation, manipulation, and the inefficiency of the state. But now, through the power of cryptography and decentralized networks, you have the tools to reform the very nature of value itself. The blockchain is to your age what the Solidus was mine. A new foundation for stability, transparency, and trust. It is a means to take power away from the few and restore it to the many, to bring order from chaos. But I must also caution you, as one who has wielded the power of reform, quite a bit, mind you, with great innovation comes great responsibility. My reforms brought stability, but they also required discipline, oversight, and the enforcement of law. You must not let the promise of decentralization turn into a new form of tyranny by the few who control the networks, the miners, or the keys. The success of this new order relies not just on technology, but on the virtues of those who wield it. Therefore, I urge you, continue to build, innovate, and disrupt. but remember the lessons of the past. Use this power not just to enrich the few, but to uplift the many. Create a new system of value, not just to escape the old, but to create a fairer, more equitable world. The fate of Rome was shaped by my bold reforms, as will be the future of this digital empire on our building. May you find wisdom in the lessons of history, courage in your convictions, and unity in your quest for a better world. Valete, builders of the new age, your future is yours to shape.
Okay. All right. Thank you, my holy emperor. I will try my utmost best to follow up on your holy instruction. Please. Another round of applause for Diocletian and a humble bow. Have a great day, sir. May the people be with you. All right. Good morning once again. So, yes, I was curious. Some of you already arrived, I think, 3 or 4 days before HiveFest, right? And I thought that 5 days was already a long event. So I'm actually curious. Back in Bangkok, many of you still went to an island afterwards on Thailand, to Koh Chang, right? Was Chiang Life. I'm curious, how many people are still here on Monday? Can you please raise your hands? Oh yeah, I also. Oh, okay. So how many people is that? 20%? 3. Okay, good. Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, great to hear. So a little instruction: if you're looking for the restroom is if you go through that gate over there, pass along 2 more of these chambers, and then go to the left. Please watch out, it's a little bit slippery because we are in a dungeon after all with some creaky and leaky pipes. So please be careful when you enter the toilet. It's pretty clean, but just so you know. So through 2 chambers on the left, there you'll find the restrooms. Yeah, I have some lost and found items. Maybe somebody wants them. I have this device. The TCA would not approve to bring this on the airport. It's like a little bomb vest. So this is a power bank. Who wants it? Somebody's power bank is here. If you hear somebody who lost his or her 20 mega ampere power bank, it's here. And I've got this, Prada, more Prada. This is a Prada shirt. Don't be afraid to come pick it up. Okay. Okay, we'll do it in the lottery later on. And, a clicker. No, that's mine. All right. I've got one more announcement. And my fellow friend Chet already created super awesome image. See? Please create a dartboard in the cellars of the Diocletian Palace. So World Mappin is organizing a contest, and you can all join and win a hoodie. So it will be in the lunch break on the right side. There will be a world map, and they will pick a city, and you try to hit the city with the darts arrow, with the flight, right? But I think until 11. You can register for this super awesome contest with Liz. Liz, please raise your hand so people know. Yeah, Liz is over there. So until 11, 11:30, you can register and they can form groups, and then, well, maybe you can win this awesome hoodie. And it's also just for fun, right? I want to continue with the program because we got a pretty filled up program today. We'll finish the day with a great documentary, the screening of the Waterwell documentary by Ruff and narrated by Sam, so don't leave early. It's a 25-minute documentary which will be shown on this super epic LED screen. Don't leave early. I was specifically instructed to ask you guys to stay for the documentary because it will be worthwhile, right? I want to invite up the stage Jabba from Splinterlands to tell us all about, well, the future of Splinterlands. And I'm gonna fire up your presentation right away. Hey Jabba, good morning. Did you go to the Fabric or not?
The Fabric?
Yeah, no, you didn't go to the Fabric, no? I think some folks who went to the Fabric are not here yet. But who went to the Fabric? All right. Say, yeah. Okay, yeah, I hear. I'm gonna fire up your presentation, Jabba.
Thank you very much.
Oh, here's the clicker. It's working. If you want it.
Awesome. Yes,
Yeah.
that would be helpful. Hard to hold a phone, a clicker, and a microphone, so I'll wing it. All right, that looks good. Thank you, everyone, for being here. This is my second HiveFest in person. The last one I was at Poland in Krakow in 2018. So I'm really happy to be back, and I hope to be able to make more of them in the future. One day we will have it in the U.S., but you know, we'll get there. Anyway, I am Yabat Matt. You can just call me Matt, co-founder of Splinterlands. My guess is that a lot of you know what Splinterlands is. I'm not going to go too much into that. But more recently, you may or may not know, we submitted a proposal to the Hive, Decentralized Hive Fund, the DHF, for some funding help, specifically to start really marketing and promoting the product, which in my opinion is one of the main things that we've been missing on the Hive blockchain. We've got amazing technology, really good projects, and we just need to get the word out there a lot more. And you know, myself and the rest of the team has been extremely happy to see that currently the proposal has been funded by the Hive stakeholders, and we take that responsibility very, very seriously. And one of the things that we would like to do more of, specifically, you know, in light of the Hive blockchain helping us out when we need it, is offering more incentives and promotions in the game, specifically to Hive stakeholders and not just Splinterland stakeholders. So the first of those, which we announced on our blog a few weeks ago, is that we're actually offering an in-game title NFT to everyone here who's attended HiveFest 9. So all of you, when you get back, we will be getting a list of the attendees from either Roland or Lord Butterfly, and you'll be able to claim an in-game title NFT that goes after your name if you're a Splinterlands player in the game. It'll be called the Emissary. So I would be like Yabat Matt, the Emissary in Splinterlands, to show that you attended HiveFest here in Split. And one of the cool things, I know, you know, not everybody plays Splinterlands, which is cool, but you can also sell the title, the NFT, within the in-game market. And typically, you know, the titles like that go for around $100 on the market. No guarantees, but it's, you know, hopefully a pretty valuable and exciting gift that we wanted to offer to everyone here. Thank you. And we look forward to doing more things specifically to encourage, especially encourage Splinterlands players, not all of whom, you know, are Hive stakeholders or know that much about the Hive ecosystem, to get Hive, power up Hive, in order to get more similar rewards in the game. So one of the things specifically around our proposal, there was a bit of controversy around whether or not Splinterlands would consider leaving Hive, especially if we hadn't got the proposal funded. And that came from the fact that when pretty much every conversation that we have with investors or exchanges or tools, services, developers, even people, players within the Splinterlands community, we get the question, why are you built on Hive? Most people outside our ecosystem have never heard of Hive. They've heard of Ethereum, Solana, Polygon, Base, you name it. And it's always, what blockchain are you built on? Oh, we're built on the Hive blockchain. Why are you built there? And some people ask it curiously. Well, oh, that's interesting. Why are you built on Hive? Some people ask it like, what the hell are you doing? That's silly. So I spend a lot of my time talking about why we build on Hive and why we believe that Hive is still to this day the best blockchain and the best ecosystem for projects like this. So that's what this presentation is about. Kind of what I tell people and what I talk about why we build on Hive. And even though everyone here, you guys are all part of the Hive community. You guys know all these things. But I feel like even people within the Hive community don't always understand how all these things are immensely beneficial for products like Splinterlands and other applications, or aren't necessarily able to articulate it that well because you probably don't spend as much time as me talking about it. So this presentation, it really goes to show like why we're here, why it's better, and hopefully everyone can take this in their own conversations where I'm sure it comes up, why Hive, what are the benefits of Hive, and kind of use this. So to start, the main focus point is feeless transactions. And especially back 6-7 years ago, that was really a huge deal. Today, there are a lot of blockchains that, not that many that actually have feeless transactions, but a lot have very, very, very small fees, and they kind of say that that's the same thing. But to me, it's very, very different, actually. Having a tiny fee is very different than having no fees at all, because even if the fee is very tiny, a fraction of a cent, your users still have to get cryptocurrency, and that's very difficult. It's not like it's very easy to get a cent of cryptocurrency. You still have to go through all the KYC processes and on-ramps and everything. So it doesn't matter if your fees are $100 or half a cent. The effort and the difficulty for users is still the same. So that's why feeless, completely feeless, that we have here on Hive is such a big deal. And I think a lot of people don't realize that, especially people that are used to the crypto ecosystem, and they're like, oh yeah, I just can use Solana very easily and it costs very little bit. They already have the token, they know how to get it. They don't really see how difficult it is for other people even just to get a tiny amount of it, to pay that tiny fee. And even subsidized fees are still not as good as the way we have our resource credit system, because even with subsidized fees, there's still a financial component to all the transactions. So on Hive, there is no financial component at all to a lot of the transactions, especially in a game like Splinterlands, unless you're purposely sending tokens or items of value. So that allows us to use different keys with different permissions, which I'll get to later. And there's a very different security profile and risk profile when you're doing transactions that have literally zero financial component to it. So that's why I know a lot of people just say, oh, Hive has fast and feeless transactions. But here's kind of why that is such a big deal as compared to most other blockchain platforms that even have very small fees. The biggest thing, really, in my opinion, is this whole idea of account abstraction that Hive has had since the beginning, many years ago. I didn't even know a term for it back then. Now it's kind of like a big deal, as Vitalik's talking about implementing smart contracts on Ethereum and those chains to implement account abstraction. And I'm like, okay, well, that we had that 8 years ago. But the benefits, which a lot of us know and appreciate, human readable wallet addresses. That's such a big deal for the whole concept of Web3. That jump right there from Web 2 to Web 3 and going from, hey, I have my username, mine might be a little hard to read or pronounce, but still much easier than 0x397 whatever. There's ENS and all these different services now that are trying to put like domain names or human readable names on top of addresses. But on Hive, it's built in. You get it. It's not an option. It's not something that maybe wallets support or maybe they don't. That is your only address, and that's like also a really big deal for getting people to use this ecosystem who aren't tech nerds. And then I talked before a little bit multiple keys with different permissions. This is such a huge deal. If every transaction in Splinterlands or any game or app used your one key that had access to all your funds, obviously it'd be a big security disaster. And here, the majority of the transactions on Hive, are like things like posting and upvoting and all these things. And there, under no circumstances should you be using keys that have access to all your cryptocurrency and all your funds to be upvoting something on a website. But so the ability to have multiple different keys with different permissions allows you to basically get the benefits of blockchain in a web application or a game or social media, whatever it is, without the huge security risks that would come from doing the same thing with your Ethereum wallet. And the last thing, which and overall, like all these kind of work together, but the account recovery system. One of the things I hear a lot of people talk about, other blockchain platforms or apps. They say, oh, we've made it so easy. You can come and you can sign up with your email address and password, like as if they think that's the biggest barrier. That's the thing. If you can sign up with an email address and password, all of a sudden blockchain is easy. And of course, that's better than some of the other sign-up methods. But to me, the real thing is, people come into Splinterlands. A lot of them spend thousands, even hundreds of thousands of dollars on these NFTs and on the game and on things like that. And there's many other applications that happens. And in other blockchain platforms, if you make one mistake, you accidentally click on a phishing link, whatever it is, you lose everything. And the app developer can't help you. The blockchain developer can't help you. You're kind of screwed. And that's like a complete non-starter, in my opinion, for any application. It's like if the user, slips up one time with security, everything's totally gone. And this was one of the things early on Hive that really hit home with me, was that it's very scary kind of holding Bitcoin or ETH or anything, and how do you secure it and all this stuff. And I realized I never really worry about my Hive so much, because you can power it up, you can stake it, and then you have this account recovery option. So even if your account is hacked, you have the ability to work with your recovery partner to restore your account, to change your keys back, kick the attacker out before they've been able to power down and take any of your assets. And that, to me, when we were first building Splinterlands, was kind of like the holy grail of solving this problem. So now we're able to offer that to our Splinterlands users, and anyone who builds an app on Hive can offer that too. So instead of, if they're playing on Solana or Polygon or one of these chains where they would lose everything if they slip up and lose their keys, we have, I would say, almost once a week, we get a Splinterlands player who unfortunately gets their keys compromised or their account hacked in one way or another. It happens. Even I've been the victim of security incidents, and I consider myself a relatively knowledgeable power user in the space. So it's going to happen. And we work with them. We go through the recovery process with them, and we have within Splinterlands the ability to stake your assets, to lock your cards, and in most cases, we're able to help the user recover their account before they've lost nearly any value. And to me, that is what is 100% needed for any blockchain application. And that's one of the things most people in this space, even in the Hive ecosystem, I don't think really grasp the importance of as far as Web3 applications. This one you guys are, I'm sure, much more familiar with, but is also very important, the built-in social media and reward system. I guess I'll move around so you guys can see the other side of the slides also. But this was huge for Splinterlands too, because whenever you're launching a new product, one of the first things is, how do you get users? How do you get the word out there? And on Hive, you don't even have to really think about it. Of course, you're going to post on Hive, and you have access to the entire blockchain community. There's not really, if I built an Ethereum application or a Solana application, I don't go on solana.blog and publish it, and all of a sudden the entire community knows about it. But you can on Hive, and it's a really big deal for applications whose biggest issue is how do you get people to know about it? How do you get the word out there? And then it's this built-in reward system for your users. So you want people that do come and find out about your product to make content for it, to spread the word. And instead of having to go out and try to figure out how to integrate with X and Facebook and all these things, you have a built-in application. They all have wallets and accounts already by just using your app. They will have a Hive wallet, and they can post and they can earn rewards, and you as the account owner can upvote their posts and give them rewards, all built into the system. And it really also encourages exploring the Hive ecosystem. So some people have said, oh, like a lot of people on Splinterlands, they don't necessarily participate on Hive, and we do want to encourage that as much as possible, but we post everything in the game on our Hive blog, all our updates, all the governance proposals, all on Hive. Everyone has a Hive account, so they are all interacting with Hive by default, even if they don't necessarily know it. They're all getting direct exposure to the ecosystem, which also doesn't necessarily happen on any other platform. And this one, I know Block Trades and the core development team talked about making it easier to run nodes, which is already great, but still I think we're far ahead of the game. If you're running it, I haven't built any applications on other chains, but I highly suspect that most apps on any other chain that I've ever heard of do not run their own nodes. It's typically very difficult, very resource intensive, and typically most people rely on services like Infura for all their data. So it's, I feel like a lot of the Ethereum ecosystem is just based on Infura specifically, which kind of goes against the whole purpose of what we're trying to do here. Not so on Hive. The nodes are relatively easy to run. They don't cost very much in the scheme of an application and what you need to provide to users. It's been very easy for Splinterlands to have developers that came not from the Hive ecosystem at all, pick it up, figure out how to run nodes, and we run our own nodes. So we're able to pull our own data. We're able to scale up and down as we need. It's really important, and it helps contribute to the Hive ecosystem, right? The more applications we have that are all running their own nodes makes the ecosystem more decentralized, more robust, and that's a big benefit that again I think most people don't consider, even application developers. Like if you're building on blockchain, you don't want to just be relying on a third-party node service at all. And this is also a really big one. I try to tell a lot of people about. I don't know what this guy is. I just did a Google search for battle tested, and he came up and he looked funny. So I put him in here. But I hear pitches of why don't you use this, and here's a new platform specifically for games and a blockchain thing, and I'm like, even if somehow we decided to move over to this completely new thing, and they have benchmarks and it supports this many transactions and this, how do you know, right? I mean, and not only how do you know, I would bet money that any new platform, when you actually have some large project running on it, will fall over one way or another. We've all heard about the Solana downtimes and all these things. And sure, Hive in the early days had its share of downtimes. That's just normal for any new product. But I really don't see any that offer all these benefits that Hive has that have also been operating for this long. So we at Splinterlands have ourselves in our 6.5 years been through a number of ups and downs and things, and we're at the point now where we are very confident that when we eventually grow this thing to millions of players and even more billions of battles, the Hive blockchain is not going to blink an eye at that. And that that's a big risk we would take moving to any other platform. And I think any serious application has to think hard about, do we want to be one of the first ones on one of these new platforms that's going to be running into all these unknown issues? Or do you want something that is going to be able to handle it, and you can focus on your app development. So yeah, it handles millions of transactions per day. I think Splinterlands itself, just the game at the height a couple years ago, had like something 3 million transactions a day on the Hive blockchain. Wasn't a problem. No, there was no issues. Resource credits were still easy to come by. It was great. I think we could easily go 10x that and not have an issue. And the uptime, even after updates at this point, has been just fantastic. And that's what you get for using a very battle-tested blockchain. And this one is one that I think is very important, and I wish that more people thought was very important. But it's important to highlight. So many people talk about, Bitcoin is the only real coin, the only decentralized thing, and everything else is a shitcoin. And it's easy to come to that conclusion when there are so many shitcoin projects out there, right? There are so many frauds and scams. There are so many things that are, just completely owned and controlled by one person or one group. But if you look deeper, Hive really is kind of amazing, and it kind of, in some ways I thank Justin Sun for forcing us to get into this situation. As crazy and bad as that whole time was, the end result is really kind of fantastic. And for me personally, regardless of what happens with price or anything, it's so cool to be part of this community-run ecosystem. I mean, there's no company, there's no founder, there's no foundation, there's no VCs. It's really all of us, and there's no other platform that I know of that's like that at all. The DAO, obviously the Decentralized Hive Fund, we are very fortunate to be able to take advantage of that, and I think that's an amazing resource for the community to use. And I say community run because lots of other platforms have some type of fund, but it really comes down to the founder or VCs or whatever. You get funding, you kind of got to be in good with those people, and they control that money. But here it's really the Hive community. It's really the stakeholders that determine what projects we want to support on the chain. And then the ability to influence governance. Again, since there are none of these things controlling the chain, it's really all down to us. It's the first time in history that I'm aware of that there's an online digital community that the people really control every aspect of. There's no company or anything that we're beholden to. We make of it what we want. And this is something that makes me really excited to be here and to build applications on this. And I use that as my goal to have Splinterlands be that in the future, and to get to that level where even our company is not required. And I hope I'm still going to be around, but I won't at some point have the level of control over the ecosystem, and it will really be as community run as Hive. But there are challenges. It is not perfect. We have some work to do. And it was great to hear, actually, a lot of the other talks directly addressing most of these challenges. One of the big one is the wallet account creation costs. And I was talking with some people yesterday, and they were like, well, it's not really that big a deal. It's 50 cents or whatever. But I was like, well, but I'm thinking big. I want to get millions and millions of users in here. And 50 cents times millions of users is a lot. And then I think if that's the case, it won't be 50 cents anymore, right? It'll, the price will go up. So there was a lot of talk about adding in light accounts. That's great. And just any way we can make it easier for people to come in and sort of try out the ecosystem before having to actually create your wallet and kind of put out a financial expenditure. Probably the biggest one I think right now is the limited availability and liquidity of Hive and Hive dollars, which I know everyone here would like that to be better. Obviously, there was talks about building out Coinbase APIs and trying to get something like that going. Unfortunately, Binance is really the only major place with a lot of liquidity, and that's not available for people like me in the U.S. And it's been a difficult and acute problem for us. A lot of our Splinterlands players Some are interested in getting Hive and participating, and they ask, how can I do it? I personally sell Hive to people, and they will transfer money to me on Venmo because it's just too difficult for them to get it any other way at any serious scale. I know the Imlio team is doing a lot of great work with bridges and integrating into Maya protocol. But that's something I think, if there's one thing that I think we should try to focus on the most, it's how do we just make it easy for people to buy Hive and Hive dollars and get into this ecosystem. I know the Distriator project, which is really cool, and all the businesses, they're getting to take HBD, but it's how do you get it, beyond just, some post rewards and things like that. And lack of documentation and developer tools obviously is one that's come a long way, and is going to get a lot better in the future. But that's one, we've looked at, a lot of other platforms and services and things to integrate. And there really is a big gap, I think, in what's available on Hive and what some other platforms that otherwise stink offer really great developer tools and resources with, not just some documentation pages, but actually example applications. Like, here's an example game, that you can copy. Things like that are really helpful. And I talked to some other people who are interested in building applications and how do you build on Hive. I take a lot of this stuff for granted that I know how to do it, right? But it's kind of hard when you come in completely new and how to even stream blocks or just any of these kind of basic things. And having more example applications, I think, would really go a long way for that. So that's the talk, and I don't specifically give. Oh, thanks. That's I don't specifically give that talk with slides, but this is what I tell people. I tell investors, I tell exchanges that we've talked to, I tell other developers, I tell people that play Splinterlands that are also asking why we're not on XYZ chain. It also reinforces in me every time I tell it why we're here and why we plan to always be here. And I hope that helps everyone in this room also go spread that message when I'm sure everyone here has been asked, why are you on the Hive blockchain at some point? And this to me was the reason. So thank you, everyone. I really appreciate your support.
All right.
Back to you.
Thank you very much, Matt. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. Enjoy your stay in Split and stay with us for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Should I do questions or did I take too long?
If we've got time for one or two questions, if people want to ask a question to Matt. Yes, the daddy Detlef. Good morning, Detlef.
Good morning, everyone. What is your biggest challenge with Hive in the future?
Yeah, well, I mean, there was those kind of three I listed, trying to figure out what. I mean, I would actually say the biggest challenge is overall the fact that everyone is apprehensive about supporting or being a part of an application that doesn't use one of the major blockchains, right? So like the challenges I put up there were like very specific things, but in general, it's harder to get funding. It's sometimes harder to get players, and so that all goes with general like how do we market and promote Hive? How do we make Hive like one of the obvious choices, alongside all the other like what people call obvious choices. So I think the fact that Hive is not very well known, is not very out there. It makes it a challenge for applications building on it, and that would be my biggest hope over the future, is that Hive is like one of the top things in everyone's mind for building applications. So it's like, oh yeah, okay, that's a great choice, not like what are you doing? That's I think the challenge there.
It's not a question; it's just an observation. The first three slides were the result of the wisdom of Dan, who created Steam. And we can thank Dan for that. And we can even thank the other guy who sold to Justin Sun, because he make it really decentralized.
Yes, that's true. I would more thank Dan Larimer. You know, I think I don't know him. He seems to be a brilliant guy, and yeah, really made some great stuff here that we are taking advantage of.
Oh, okay. Steve, a question, and then Ola, and then we continue.
Yeah, I mean, you've onboarded a lot of people onto the Hive ecosystem, but I think you've sort of hidden away that there is more to Hive, and I know you've got a sort of GUI, a blogging front end, but do you think you could have pushed that more so people could be talking about Splinterlands on Hive and rather than Discord and other places?
I mean, I guess we could certainly push it more, but our focus is mainly like we purposely focus on the game and on our product, and I think, you know, like I said before, like we publish all of our posts, any updates about the game, any information about the game, even our Discord posts link back to our Hive blog, so it's pretty much impossible for people to play Splinterlands and not be aware of Hive and the blogging opportunities there. So we are, especially in light of the funding and the support from the community, going to do as much as we can to expose our players up front to the Hive ecosystem in general. But like my main focus is just how can we get as many more people in here as possible, and they will naturally find out and explore the ecosystem that way. So that's my main focus. How do we get as many people in here? And secondary is how do we make sure then that they, you know, kind of do the things we want to encourage them to do.
It's not about the question, but I would like to say thank you again to Matt for continue developing Splinterlands, because we Hive Japan, there is really a lot, I don't know how many, but hardcore player of Splinterlands, even they don't write on Hive blog. So just I wanted to say thank you from Japanese community.
Oh, thank you. That's great to hear. It's great to hear all the support. Yeah, and we look forward to a you know, great few years ahead. So thank you, everyone, and I'll see you next year at HiveFest.
All right. Thanks a lot, Matt. Thank you, Akipon. Thank you. Great to hear so many people playing in Japan. Splinterlands is big in Japan. Oh, yes. And elsewhere. Thanks a lot, man. Enjoy the day. Okay, we continue with the Hells Angel all the way from Belgium. Archange, please come up the stage. Here's a mic for you. Welcome back again.
Hello.
And by the way, guys, so Archange came by motorbike, but he only recently found out that he also has to drive back to Belgium on his motorbike.
Hello. I'm waiting for the slide here. Okay, need to go back. Oh, okay. Hello, my name is Archange, and before going forward into my presentation, I would like to ask to the people here in the audience one question. What was the main reason or motivation for you to come here in Split and travel the world, sometimes from far away or sometimes like crazy people like me on the bicycle too? If that was to attend all presentation and learn more about Hive, please raise your hand. Quite a few one. You can raise your hand several times. If it was to have fun, meet new friends, meet new people, and make new friends, please raise your hand, or quite more. And if it was because someone told you that Croatian food is so delicious that you don't need to miss it. Ah, I see a few hands there. Cool. Okay. So back to my topic. I started on the blockchain when it was a legacy chain Steam back in 2016. I'm a developer, so I started to make application and provide services to the blockchain users, I will say today Hive users. The obvious next part for me was to become a witness, because I wanted to get involved into governance and to provide security, additional security to the blockchain That's what witness do. I also attended many conferences. I went to all the HiveFest and to several meetups in different countries, different cities. And the main goal behind that is to help others. I've helped different projects like world mapping that Lev and Lisa Matsol presented yesterday. I'm helping devs, but I'm also helping users on the platform. And last but not least is to have fun. It was really nice for me to work with so many young people being so enthusiastic about blockchain and development. My first project was HiveSQL. My goal was to allow people to easily query the data from the blockchain the way they want. Not only developers, but also users. I know there are some users who are here are using data, are extracting data from HiveSQL to make posts, statistical posts. And one day I saw a comment from Gandalf. He just wrote, "Look at what this guy is doing. We need to support him." That was the kick I needed to bootstrap my journey on Hive. So thanks a lot, Gandalf, for what you did, because if I'm standing here today on the stage, that's probably thanks to you. A big applause, please. This showed me how collaborative, how supportive, how awesome this community can be. My next project was about fun. You will see the word fun a lot of time in my presentation because it's something I like. It's for engagement and to improve user retention. We all know that gamification is a good tool for user retention. And HiveBuzz is way more than but I like to say that HiveBuzz is a cyborg. It's code, of course, because we send notification automatically, but it's also human. We receive an average of 100 comments per day, and we reply to all of them because I consider that if someone replies to a notification, even just saying thank you, he deserves an answer. We do other things with HiveBuzz. We are making contests like the World Cup contest. And I will tell you a story about the World Cup contest. The first one we did, we got sponsor and we got a big prize pool. At the end of the contest, we distributed the prizes. And the winner wrote a comment and said, "You know, it's the very first time I win a contest. I'm so happy. And with the prize I got, I will be able to provide surgery to my mother because she needed it." I never could imagine that a project made for fun could save someone's life. We also created, when the war started in Ukraine, we also gathered the team together. And we said, we need to do something. And my main constraint was we don't do something against. It's not against war. It's not against Russia. It's for something. So we created the project NFT for Peace, selling NFTs, collecting money that we have sent to Zeroshka, who is present today in HiveFest. And she made a vibrant testimony 2 years ago in Amsterdam in front of you, because we sent her thousands of dollars, and with 2 rules to follow: no military equipment, no defensive equipment, only for civilians. And a last testimony I get a few days ago from someone. She was going through depression, and she said to me, "You know, the only thing that helped me go through the issue was HiveBuzz." She said, I was going to the ranking every day and looking at my progress on Hive, and it keeps me active on Hive, and that was the thing I needed to go day to day and to go through my depression. I could not imagine again that HiveFest could do that to people. So that's it. Yeah. As you might know, I'm a security-minded guy. So I also made projects about security. The first one being HiveOff. It's a wallet where you put your keys and sign transaction, and that's it. It has not all the fancy features that Suskef is making with keychain. But the code is lighter, easier to audit, and for security paranoid people like me, it's a tool I like, and I know that a lot of people use it. I also made Hive Recovery. It's a tool that helps you to automatically recover your account in case you get hacked without relying on a human third party. And the last one I introduced last year in Rosarito was XFR, that prevents you to make mistakes when you transfer funds to your friends or to an exchange. I also made some other projects. Like Engage. Engage is a communication manager where you see all the comments you receive. You can see your feeds with the posts you didn't read yet. You can see the community you have subscribed to and easily manage them. And then AutoClaim, it's just a small tool that claims your rewards 24/7, even when you sleep and you don't need to open Keychain or your browser. You can go on holidays and you have reward spending, but it will collect it for you. As always, my goal is to help people and make their life easier. So what's new? Everybody came to me asking, what's the theme of your presentation and which new project will you introduce to us this year? And this slide will stay as is. Because I have nothing new to present to you today, and I will explain why. On February this year, my infrastructure got hacked by a ransomware. When I woke up, everything was encrypted, and I could not access, the whole storage was encrypted, but the backups were encrypted too. So everything was wiped out. It was my own 9/11. So it was our time, because the first thing you have to do when you face such a situation is to cut yourself from your emotions, to act professionally, to spend time for assessment and evaluation. That's a difficult part, because everyone is screaming out there. I couldn't imagine how many apps were relying on Hive SQL, for example. I could not imagine that so many users wanted to see their their progress on HiveFest ranking, or asking me, why don't I get notification? It took 7 days. It's really long, because I contacted the computer crime unit. So I had to wait for them to. It's really hard. Then you have to set priority and to stick to the plan. Even if someone is coming to you and say, hey, I need that absolutely right now. No. You need to stick to the plan. And then you have to rebuild and improve for that it not happens again. You don't do that without effect on yourself. I've been working for 1 month to rebuild everything I did for 8 years. And when I say 1 month, it was days and nights. And really days and nights. I had to set up alarms to wake me up every hour to monitor the recovery process or to launch a new task when the previous one was finished. I get out of that, really destroyed my body, hurt me for a month. I had to do physiotherapy, and it's only now that I feel better, a bit better. On top of that, I had to endure slander and personal attacks against me and my works. Words can be balm, but they can also be poison. And that poison started to spread. And negativity and useless criticism started to stack up. This led to demotivation for me, and I had to step back away from my computer to take care of me, and working for Hive was not fun anymore. To be honest, I was that close to leave Hive and even not to come here today at HiveFest. But that's not what I want to do. I had to learn to stop focusing on negativity and to rely on what's positive on Hive. We have awesome developer. We have an awesome community with so many friendly people that support you. And I had to use that and all the good comment I receive to move again to my main values, which is helping others and being positive and bringing something nice to everyone. The best thing to do that is to take a break, get your motorbike, and come here. Oh, what is the bottle? You talked the bottle. The bottle of water. Oh, yes. Excuse me. Okay, a small pause. Why am I standing here today? You know, it's not about me. I think I'm not alone, and my story might resonate to you either on Hive or in real life. I like to say that Hive is a digital transposition of the real world, meaning that we are the same people. The real life doesn't exist. We are living our life on Hive. And you know, if in real life we cope with harassment, with toxic behavior, I think we should also do that on Hive. I've been silent for long because I've been told that there is a motto, don't feed the troll. The problem is that doing that, I've been silent when seeing aggressive behavior. I've been silent when I've been seeing harassment, and I would like to change that. So here is what I'm willing to do, but I won't be able to do it alone. I would like that we promote constructivism versus criticism. You know, criticism is sometimes just saying to people, oh, you are shit, or I don't like what you do, or whatever. Constructivism is when you bring at least an alternative, at best a solution, and you do it by yourself. I'm used to help others, but I need to learn to seek for help. I would like you to encourage and support those who are working. We have seen great presentation. There are people that are working hard for you to be able to have fun, to play games, to enjoy, to make events like this. We need your support. And we need not to stay silent like I did. And we need to respond to that for it to change. Because if we all stay silent, it won't change. That's why I'm standing here today in front of you, being vulnerable when the trolls, they stay hidden behind their screen. I will add an additional answer to the survey I did at the very beginning of my presentation. I think I went here to start a new journey toward more positivity on Hive. And that's what I will do right now with you. Thank you.
All right. Wow. Arkanj, thank you very much. Thank you very much for staying on Hive and not going back to Steam. Woohoo! Proof of hug. Super awesome. And good luck with it right back home in a couple of days. Don't steal the clicker. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a 10-minute break. You can grab a coffee, and also you can, oh yeah, stereo again. You can also sign up for the World Mapping Contest, which will take place in lunch break, during lunch break. So sign up with Liz, and see you in 10 minutes for a demonstration by Vaultec and the VSC network. See you in a bit. so that means we're going to continue the program. Please take a seat again, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a demo coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, would you be so kind to grab your coffee and take a seat once more? Thank you, Vincent.
Test, test.
Mr. Clapper. Yes, welcome back to HiveFest. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Did you already register for an account on the Hive blockchain while you were walking in these cellars? I doubt you did it because there's no Wi-Fi connection here. Ladies and gentlemen, please take please take a seat. Would you be so kind to take a seat? Good morning, Howell. How was the fabric? Yeah? Great. Great, you're back. Ladies and gentlemen, would you be so kind to take a seat? Or at least stop talking? Yes. Wonderful. I also grab a coffee. Hey. Are we going to continue the program? Is it okay? Are we going to continue the program, okay, guys? You know, sometimes I have to walk around asking people to be a bit quiet. Okay. So, next up on the stage is a bigger demo of the Smart Contracts Network by VSC. And you know what? The guys have been funded on the proposal, on the HBD proposals. However, they did not manage to buy an official Canva license. So their presentation will be watermarked, but yeah, it's also kind of, so this presentation is sponsored by Canva. Without further ado, I want to invite up the stage Valtek, Geoffrey, and Platinum, and tell you all about the VSC network. Welcome, guys.
All right, come up. Is it working? Right. All right, so today I'm going to be presenting VSC, which is Hive Smart Contracts. As many of you know, last year I presented at HiveFest. And for this presentation, I'm going to be showing you all about what we've been working on over the last year. All right, so a little bit more information about VSC, if you do not know. VSC is a layer 2 smart contract platform on Hive and cross-chain DeFi protocol. We also have support for EVM wallet compatibility at our base layer, and we also use WebAssembly smart contracts, which allow us to have universally language compatible smart contracts where you can write them in any language like C++, Rust, etc. We'll talk about that a bit more later on in the presentation. But first, I would like to introduce our team here who has managed to come here to HiveFest. We would have had 4 people, but unfortunately due to visa restrictions and other problems, we're unable to get the 4th one here. But he's at least here in spirit. Probably on the live stream. Yeah, on the live stream at least. All right, so 1 year in review. We've been doing a lot over the last year. We've managed to launch our testnet across 2 DHF proposals which were approved by the Hive community, both our interim and main stage proposal, which we're all thankful for those 2 proposals going through. So we now have a live working testnet. Yeah, and we also grown the team to 6 people. As you can see here, we have 2 of them here, luckily, and a few others that are working on blogging and other development activities. As well as working on a HBD Hivedex, which we are unfortunately unable to demo here, but we'll talk about later on in other press releases and events. All right. I'd like to do a refresher on VSC smart contracts. So VSC smart contracts are layer 2 smart contracts that allow you to program in any language, as I was saying. This means that you can leverage already existing languages such as Rust, C++, Golang, etc. And the most important part is leverage already existing libraries. So all libraries that work with those languages can be compiled into WebAssembly and used within your smart contract code. And again, this is live right now today. We're currently using assembly script. We're currently focused on assembly script as it's more JavaScript-like and easy for us to program in. So we've built all of our SDKs and software toolkits around assembly script. But as time goes on, we will work on to support on more languages such as C++, Golang, Rust, etc. They can also do all the similar things that a Hive account can. So they can own HBD and Hive and send and receive and do all of those kind of things that a Hive account can do, with some limitations. And over time, we'll continue to add more and more support so that we can have a number of abilities that smart contracts can natively do, such as a Hive account. Oh, sorry. All right, now introducing Gio here, who will talk about the smart contract development experience.
Hi, I'm Gio. I'm slightly new to the Hive ecosystem, but I've been working with Vaultec for many years at this point. In VSC, I've worked on many things, but one of the most important things that I'm proud of is the contract template that I've worked on. We at VSC are very interested in focusing on the developer experience. The contract template is available on GitHub. You just clone it, and you can write your contract, test, and run an entire mock VM that runs the entire smart contract locally. And you could test everything from how much HBD has been sent to how much Hive you started out with in your balance on your local machine. Another thing that we're very invested in is the contract standards. We want to work with the community and develop them in such a way where we lead, but we get feedback as much as possible and make it the best we can.
Yep.
Another contract that I worked on is the decentralized exchange contract, the DEX. It's just like any other DEX. It has add and remove liquidity, and you could do your swaps with limited slippage so users don't lose funds. However, we're doing something novel with this contract, which is automated listings execution. So just like the Hive internal market, we have listings in this contract, and all these listings would be executed automatically in a low resource intensive way. And this will give the best price ratio that you can and minimize slippage. Next, Platinum will be talking about the Bitcoin relay.
Yep. Okay, I'm not used to speaking on stage, so bear with me if I'm stumbling here a little bit, but yeah, let's start this. Yeah, hey, I'm Alex. I'm online known as Platinum, and I'm a part-time contributor of the project. And I'm currently working on the contract that is going to be the Bitcoin chain relay, and currently in the finalization state of it. And what is this? This is a smart contract that mirrors crucial and important Bitcoin chain state onto the VSC chain. And that allows our smart contracts on VSC to verify Bitcoin transactional data. And to put it as a small overstatement, you could actually say that it's, you can essentially see it as Bitcoin smart contracts on VSC that you can program with it. Yeah, and this brings in various use cases, for example. So you can verify the ownership of Bitcoin ordinals, which are the Bitcoin equivalent of NFTs. You can verify Bitcoin payment and thereby act on this. And it also opens the door for Bitcoin wrapping. And that one is especially interesting because in a nutshell, it allows you to trade Bitcoin on VSC and therefore on Hive. And this is the next logical step for us. That's why you can soon expect more news in regards to this topic. And in general, this is one of the first larger contracts, and it really proves that our system can repeatedly process complex operations and has no issues with extensive file access whatsoever. So let's take a look at the next thing. Here you can see if it's going to start. Let's see. It is. A simple proof of concept game that demonstrates the readiness for development on VC. You can see 2 Chrome tabs here, if it's not visible enough. And it works in the following way. So 2 players are playing against each other and take guesses for numbers between 0 and 100. And after both players submitted their numbers, which is somewhat visible right now, the winner of the round is drawn, and it's a best of 3. It's just some simple arbitrary game. It doesn't matter. It's just showing a concept. But the important thing is that the full game logic resides inside of the contract, and the contract determines the winner. And this is done by generating a random number that's generated by a so-called verifiable randomness function. That's the official term for it. And yeah, the player closer to the number wins, and the winner is announced, as you can see, inside of this interface here. Yeah, and if we go more into the details, the random number generation in this example is done via the transaction ID. And this, on first glance, this transaction ID seems random, but it's actually deterministic, so it doesn't really violate any blockchain fundamentals. Yeah, and the important part of all of this is that it's not predictable for the end user, so it's an actual game, or yeah, no one can cheat the system, so to say. But all of this is just supposed to serve as an inspiration and starting point for you to build on top of VC, and therefore it has an extremely simple code base, and yeah, you can take a look at it. We linked it in our documentation, and that was it for me, and I'm now passing on to Voltek. He's going to show you some also very cool things.
All right, so aside from what we're doing on the core engineering, we have a heavy emphasis on building a front end for VSC and Hive. This front end would handle all of the DeFi side of the project, from doing the swaps, wrapping, and everything in between. The important things about this front end is that it supports MetaMask login directly in the website. No overhead of needing a Hive account, and social logins such as Gmail, Discord, and of several other options that you have available. Now, aside from those login options, we also put a heavy emphasis on usability. We're designing this from the ground up to be good for good user experience. One thing that's actually very interesting in the space is that not a lot of front ends can provide what a typical banking application would. Most users that are on SimpleSwap would have to go to Etherscan. And as many of you have used Etherscan, it's not really the best interface for any lay user. And even some blockchain users struggle. And so for that, we're building a front end that really combines both the DeFi functionalities of what Uniswap would provide, as well as the accounting functionalities that a typical bank would provide. As in, you could filter your transaction data and get really refined metrics on what kind of things are happening in your account. There's no more like needing to search through several block explorers to find what happened. You can easily see that within our front end and apply filters to those operations. Longer term, we want to continue to push down that route where we continue to optimize and make better features that are really useful to the end user, that give that kind of same feel as a typical banking application is. All right, next slide. Here's just a screenshot of our login option. You can see here that there's MetaMask as well as social logins above. All right, and this is our dashboard. We're kind of trying to do something. We're experimenting with this still, but it's sort of supposed to be like a portfolio tracker, where it's kind of a nice day-to-day calculation of how much your portfolio is worth. And then aside, it's just our list of accounts. I have some more things that I'm planning to do for this dashboard, but we're always working on making this and improving this front end. So now that I've talked about what we've built so far, both technically and also front end, who's ready for a demo? All right, and for the title of this demo, it's going to be buying Hive with fiat in under 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, we have to prevent that. All right. Okay, yeah. Well, you can see here, it's a little bit bad on the screen, but here's the login button. Of course, the whole thing's a little bit laggy with this, but once it clicks, all right, and now you're signed into our front end. All right, here, go to transactions. Yep. All right, then buy button, which is hard to see. All right, who wants to give me a number for how much Hive you want to buy? Okay, there's a billion answers. Give me something small. All right, 6. All right. So this here is a Lightning QR code. And now I'm going to go to my phone and open up Cash App. Now, what's important about Cash App is it's a US-based person-to-person payment app. And it's quite popular with over 60 million users. Now, they just so happen to also have Bitcoin support, and specifically support for Bitcoin Lightning, which is what we're going to leverage here with this Lightning QR code. Well, but first, let's buy some Bitcoin. All right, that was pretty easy. And so now we're going to scan the QR code, hopefully. Well, I might have to go over here to actually scan it. It's, all right. I thought it was over there. Come on. Maybe zoom in. This is not the part we could test out ahead of time. Oh, you have it copied? Okay. Okay. Oh, there we go. All right, so I'm going to pay, and I'm going to use my fingerprint. Give it a minute. It takes usually a few seconds to process. And now you can see that we've bought 6 Hive to an Ethereum wallet. And of course, in this process, what's very important is that this EVM wallet, this user didn't have to know a thing about Hive. Didn't have to make a Hive account, didn't have to register for an exchange, well, aside from Cash App, which they already have. And they just had to go through our UI and buy Hive. Simple as that. Now, we're also going to be supporting sell options as well in the coming months. And we are just getting started. Whoops, I forgot the questions. Yeah, this is the questions point. Yes, questions. Sorry.
Oh, I was so impressed also about this, so I was totally phased out. Vincent first? Yes. Yeah, we do it in order of age, okay? Reverse order.
What does it mean, VSC?
Virtual Smart Chain. Some people call it Vault-Tec Smart Chain. So.
Hey guys. Yesterday you told me about the intents. Do you guys want to talk about it a little bit?
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, that's kind of more of a dev thing, so I left it out. But we're also working on intent support for transactions and smart contracts, which allow you to create kind of scopes of permissions. So we already have support for the amount of Hive. So if you're interacting with a smart contract, you have to clearly define how much balance that smart contract can pull from your wallet. And that prevents the user that prevents like a smart contract from going in there and pulling all of your funds from your account. And we're working on adding more and more support to that to do things like, preventing contracts from taking NFTs and doing kind of those other, hacks that would happen on other chains, in short.
All right, pretty cool. Thank you.
Great, Giza.
So the transaction that you just made, is it available on the L1 on Explorer?
Oh yeah, you can see the transaction on the layer 1 that happened, yes, to VSC.
Awesome. And the other one is, if there's many transactions, is there taking any resources? And which resources?
Since this was on Hive, there's the Hive side of the RCs. On VSC, we'll have our own RC system that will handle that. Great. Yeah.
Hey, Vault-Tec VSC team, well done.
Thank you.
A demo that worked first time. I bet you're relieved. So I wanted to ask here, touching on resource management, I understand that this consumes HBD, or it's some form of an HBD sink. Can you explain how HBD is used in the system to manage resources, please?
Right, so we use HBD for our resource credits. And how we do it is it's kind of a dynamically staked based resource credit system. So as soon as you send, let's just say like 100 HBD to an Ethereum account, that immediately gives them RCs. And then as the RCs are used from that account, it dynamically unlocks and locks that balance. So that's really good because you don't have to actually stake it. You don't have to go through that process of another transaction to stake our HBD, but it is staked on the back end. And so for that, it's a very good user experience and it's very fast.
I have another question. Is that why do we hold HBD on the VSC side to generate RCs instead of just paying a small transaction fee with HBD? Because there's an opportunity cost of holding HBD that doesn't generate interest than to hold HBD in the savings on the layer 1.
Right, so you would be holding it specifically for RCs. We will also have the option to stake HBD as well, just normally. So like Ethereum wallets can stake HBD on VSC, or will be able to, not now, but in the future,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm glad to see that worked because it went through my system too, which I'm hoping to decentralize. So, but yeah, I just want to say thank you for building this, because I think that this Cash App thing, especially for America, and they're extending to Europe now. I think most of Europe, they're working in the UK.
Right.
It has very similar interface when you buy Bitcoin, and you can just spend it with Lightning, and so that just opens this up for the world.
Okay, so you've got some apps that you're working on using your smart chain. Give people your dream slate of apps you'd like to see people here or listening that you'd love to see happen on VSC.
Ones that we know right now, or
no, ones that you hope to see one day that you have like on your dream list.
I mean, I'd love to see all the Hive dApps using it. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, like front ends, for example, will want to have that payment functionality in there, like PeakD, SNC, all of them would want to have that functionality. So I'd like to see that at a minimum. I'd love to see Leo and Splinterlands start looking at what we're doing.
So specifically to use the apps that you're creating, but like what apps do you hope other developers create?
I mean, I'm very interested in games because we can put that logic in smart contracts. I'd like to also see more things on the finance side, but that may be not as important. I don't know, but definitely on the game side, because a lot of people have shown interest in that, and people that are currently building, I'd love to see those, at least look at what we're doing as well.
Is it possible to make a solution like a one-click button to be added, for example, to ASNC or PeakD or something like that to exchange Hive to Bitcoin and back?
We can look at that, yeah. We can look at building like a widget for that functionality.
Okay, Joachim. Good morning.
A question is, for us users on Hive, we are not so accustomed to actually use smart contracts, and for people who are not coder, will it be possible to have a kind of opportunity to have smart contracts from shelf that you can actually build and adapt, or is it won't be possible? I don't know.
Right, yeah. That was the bit about what Gio was talking about with the contract template. We want to build a lot of kind of standard contracts that you can deploy. So it will be pretty easy to kind of customize and, pick and choose what you want for that, yeah.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Thank you. Any more questions for the VSC network? Voltaic superior connection. Had to improvise. So yeah, actually, thank you guys.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for your demo. We need to swap back, but that will work out. And I also want to thank you guys for having me on the stage, forcing me on the stage, because my original idea back when I was born was to become a comedian, but that failed glamorously, but luckily I can still try some of my repertoire from back then here on the stage, and I'm still, trying to not fail, but no. I'm trying to make a joke again. See, it's failing again. So, no, but thank you guys for having me. Thank you very much. I want to continue with the program, and all the way from Malaysia is TechCoder X, who actually also builds on top of the VSC network, but is here to tell us more about the all-in-one Hive authentication solution. And I will pull up your presentation in a minute. Please join me on the stage. TechCoder X, all the way from Malaysia. Hi, welcome. I'm gonna grab your...
Yeah. Okay, while he's pulling up my slides, I'm gonna start my show. So good morning, everyone. For those who are here, good afternoon, good evening. For those who are watching this live, my name is TechCodeX, and today I'm going to talk about improving the developer experience for Hive web apps using IOHA, which stands for All-in-One Hive Authentication. So for those who are not familiar with me on Hive, I'm gonna briefly introduce myself. So I'm a Hive witness since 2019. I've been producing blogs for like for 5 years now, and I run a Hive API node techcodex.com in Southeast Asia, where Hive nodes are are very scarce because of the cost, but due to where I live, I'm able to leverage that to run a Hive API node, and as well as I'm a developer of VSC Block Explorer front end as well as IOHA, which is inspired by VSC blocks because this is one of the websites where IOHA will be used. So IOHA is mainly for developers. However, as many of you who are watching this here as well as watching this live are not developers, so I will try my best to visualize what it will look like for the end user. So if we look at some of the existing login UI right now, these are the best ones that I have picked, but they are like the others, they are not as good as this. So you can see that a lot of these they have a huge emphasis of plain text private key authentication, which is very insecure, especially in the Web 3. And even in Web 2, these password authentications are being phased out in favor of passkeys. And in addition to that, not all Hive wallet providers are supported. For example, I can't log in with Hive Off if I use it on my Hive Off compatible mobile app like the Hive Keychain Mobile. You can see that none of these support Hive Off for whatever reason. Either the developers do not have enough resources to implement it, or it is too complicated, or for whatever reason it's just not there. And if we compare all of these login UIs with the ones that are found in the broader Web 3 world, you can see that it is just so much simpler. Like you have just these few wallet options that you would select, and then you would just follow the instructions accordingly to connect your wallet. And I have designed a very similar UI for Hive, and it looks like this. There it is. So it's very familiar Web3 Connect wallet model for Hive. It's gonna look something like this. We will have a keychain pick vault, hive off, etc. We just click one and then follow the steps accordingly, such as entering your Hive username if it's necessary. However, here's the thing, without IOHA, this is going to be a very difficult thing for developers to implement. Each of the providers that is shown here. That's because it's going to look something like this. Just to do one thing, you are going to write the code for each individual providers, which makes everything your code base a mess. And yeah, and there's just 4 of the 5 providers. I can't fit Hive Signer into this slide. There's just not enough space. So you see the problem right there. And basically you run into a situation that is similar to this. Like there's a whole bunch of standards that developers have to look into. Like you have to go into the documentations of 5 different wallet providers in order to perform the exact same task. And IOHA is going to provide a common interface for Hive wallets on web apps. And you can see we are putting together all these Hive wallet providers into just one API, which is IOHA. So you will only interact with IOHA, and then everything else would just, IOHA is going to handle depending on which provider the user decides to connect their wallets with. So a brief overview of some of the highlights of the features of IOHA, which includes a unified interface, an easy-to-use library, a ready-made login model UI, which I've shown you just now, one-click login with Hive Signer provider, EIP 1193 style interface, as well as built-in login persistence, which is handled by IOHA, so that developers do not have to do a thing in order to implement this. So a brief overview of performing a login or a connect wallet operation with IOHA. It is just a one-liner code in order to initialize IOHA, and just one line in order to connect a wallet to IOHA. So you would just put in whichever choice, the user's choice of the wallet provider, the username if applicable, as well as the options such as the message for the user to sign with the wallet, as well as a key type. And similarly, to transact on Hive, it is just one line of code. You don't have to do anything else. For example, to make a transfer, it's just one line, and then you would get a result. And the same goes for the other common Hive operations. And that was easy. Isn't it? And beyond that, the responses you get are very standardized in a way that there's only one type of response that developers have to care about, which looks something like this. So this is for the connect wallet or the login operation. You will have the provide the provider that the user chooses, whether or not it is successful, the result, which in most cases is the signature and the public key that is used to create the signature, as well as the username that is being authenticated. And for transacting on Hive, the result would just be the transaction ID of the transaction if the transaction is successfully broadcasted on Hive. And whenever something goes wrong for whatever reason, it will return a false for success, an error code, as well as a brief error message in English, and you can use the error code in order to provide the localized error message in whichever language that the user might prefer. And on top of that, IOHub also provides an ultimate JSON RPC client, which is a EIP 1193 style. So you can also make a request that looks something like this by specifying a method as well as the parameters. And the EIP 1193 calls follows as it is. So first of all, it goes through whichever provider's specific methods, and then followed by the IOHard API methods, followed by the extensions that the app may use, such as maybe it wants to perform some DID related stuff. They can register the extension with IOHard, and if any of these methods are not found, it will make a Hive RPC call to a Hive node in order to fetch the result. And IOHard comes with a pre-built, ready-made model UI so that for those who want to quickly bootstrap a login model, a Hive application that would sign users in and perform some simple tasks, you could just import the model and have all of these UI coded, ready for you to just use. And it comes with all the applicable UI logic, such as showing the Hive off QR code for the users to scan with their Hive off compatible mobile app. And you can go ahead and scan this. Sure, go ahead. And IOHard also has a non-interactive login which is able to provide the functionality of one-click login through Hive Signer provider. So this is mostly useful for apps that would like to onboard users easily, so they would just construct a one-click login URL using Hive Signer access tokens, and they would just have a route like this and just provide the URL to the user that they have onboarded and just quickly get them started on Hive. And IOHard is not just for browsers. You can define a custom provider for your whichever backend. A good example for this is a plain text key provider for those who use IOHard on let's say a Node.js backend instead of a browser environment. You would just register the custom provider and perform the operations as usual. And IOHA works with so many providers. The core base bundle size is just 56 kilobyte. And besides the base bundle, the users, sometimes they just say they just use keychain, they do not use any other providers. Some of these providers have pretty large bundle size that is needed to implement them, like such as Ledger, which currently stands at 620 kilobytes, which is unacceptably large, but for the majority of users who do not use Ledger, in order to connect their Hive account to the website, this 620 kilobyte vendor bundle is never loaded to the user. So it is never downloaded ever. So get started with IOHA now by installing IOHA core with npm, pnpm, yarn, whichever you use, and you may also use IOHA through CDN as well. Thank you very much, and for more details, please refer to the official documentation. Any questions?
Oh, micro. Super epic, super convenient. Thank you very much. Stutkev.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say thank you. I think it's very awesome, and it would be very convenient for new devs that want to bootstrap quickly. But it's important also that it's visible and people can find it easily. Is it on the Hive official GitLab? Or
no, it's not on the Hive GitLab, although maybe I could find a way to get it there, but it's currently not on the GitLab as of now.
I think that would be great. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes. Mr. Brian.
Have you written anything beyond JavaScript, like Python? Because I need it for my back end, but I guess I'll talk to you for that.
As you probably know, it's mainly focused on browser environment that, for example, has Hive keychain installed or not, or maybe Hive Signer as it handles the Hive Signer pop-ups and stuff. But it is possible that by using the JSON RPC interface, we could make IOHA work on other languages as well. Any other questions?
Right. Okay. I think not. Yes? No?
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Take over X. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks. Thanks so much. Okay. Yeah. I want to continue with Sekorama. He joined in very late. Marco. Hi there. Good morning. Yeah. About Ecency, right? Beautifully UI for the Hive blockchain. Please come on the stage, or you wanna? No, yeah, better on the stage. I'm gonna fire up your presentation. Hey Vincent, I see you there on the live stream. Missing you.
Which is next?
Next is this is right is next.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Cheers.
So, hello, Hivers. As Roland says, I will say a few words about one front end, Ecency. Probably a lot of people expect that here will be a main developer, Good Karma, but unfortunately he is booked somewhere else in this world, so it's not available right now. And the community asks me, because I'm here already, if I can say a few words. Yes, I can. What I want to say, these are the topics. So something short about SNC, then what improvements are made this year. In fact, not exactly this year, but from latest fest in Mexico up to the now. And what's the vision of the SNC? And I will start with this small one here, topic, who am I? Before everything, I would like to resume these 3 days which I've been here. Monday was my travel day, it was very challenging. Then Tuesday, icebreaker. Am I too loud? So, icebreaker in Tuesday was also great. First day of presentations was completely fulfilled my expectations. And finally, dinner, tasty and delicious. What I'm saying this? I'm saying this because I'm first time on HiveFest. I've been on 2 virtual, but it's not the same. It's really not the same. So I would invite all other Hivers not only to watch this live stream, but also to come to the next. Okay, enough about that. So who am I? I am Setsko Rama. This is my nickname and my avatar in Hive. And I'm not like other guys who invite previous presentations. They are coders. Oof. They're doing for backend. I'm just a blogger, an average, not even a good one, content producer, sharer, and I'm SNC curator. I'm pretty active in that community. So that was the reason why the community asked me to give a few words here. So I'm also Hive user for 8 years, but I'm blogging about 30 years. And from my experience, in this known universe, there is no better platform for blogging like Hive. Thank you. Well, I see a lot of scams, I see a lot of pyramid schemes, or even mostly full, naive, inconsistent business models which were not last long. But Hive, I'm here 8 years, everything goes good, and I hope it will go good to the future. Okay, it's enough of that. So what is about SNC? What is SNC? SNC is fast and light front end for access Hive blockchain. It's not the only one. You know that there is many front ends for this access. Right now, there is 2 versions. It's one web versions. You can a web version. It's called Vision. You can access via browser, and mobile for Android and iOS app. It's also a so-called desktop version, but it's not used anymore in the development, so I don't recommend to use it. And maybe the main question, why is SNC different from other front ends? What's that which is different? Well, the main thing is that SNC rewards users for all activity in the app. So when you log in SNC, you got a reward. When you write something and you publish something, you got a reward. When you comment something, you got a reward. When you're voting for someone or some else, you got a reward. So there is a lot of options for rewarding, and for that you earn so-called points. But points are not tokens. Points are just points from one application. And of course, what is the main question here? What can you do with points? Well, let's say that the main thing here is not a monetization. It's mostly engagement with users and social activities. So the most important thing is here that if someone has a lot of points, it can gift other users these points. Also, you can use points to promote your post in Essence feed. When you log in, you see the feed, and each 10th or 15th post is a promotion. The next thing is you can use the function Boost Plus. There, Essence delegate to you one small amount of Hive power for the limited time. This is especially good for the new users or users with low Hive power. And we find out in last year that a very good thing is also that communities which are created, they give rewards in points when they have various contests, mostly or photography or writing or something like that. And these are now these use cases for the points. Next. Improvements, as I said, these are improvements from the last HiveFest. The first one, it's 5 main improvements. The first one is DEX. What is DEX or what is DEX? DEX is a way how the user can organize all his stream of data which came from Hive blockchain. For example, here is one example how to organize DEX. The first one is it's my post. The second deck is my community post. The third deck is my friend's post. And the 4 decks could be responses, comments, whatever. It's completely individual thing. Each user can set up their own decks. The next improvement, waves. You probably know or listen or read about discussion in Hive. It was on moment pretty hot. Should short content be rewarded or not? What is one picture and 3 words? That's nothing from one side, from other side. Well, one picture worth 1,000 words, etc., etc. So it was a lot of discussion there. And smart front ends give users their own solutions. Waves is a solution from Essence. I will talk later about some other things. So you can use waves on a desktop or on a computer, or you can use waves, short content application on a mobile phone. Next, 3-speak videos. This was also a debate, and it still is debate, how to integrate it directly into posts. So Essence was the first front end which integrates these 3-speak videos into the post. So you can record the video, you can directly upload video through the post to the 3-speak, or you can choose videos from your gallery on a 3-speak. You just choose one video, 2, 3, whatever, and put it into the post. Next, improvements. Conversations. What are conversations? Conversations are chats, direct messages between friends, between users which are online on the time, or official community channels. This was added, conversations was added because SNC thinks that only secure environment in, again, known space, known universe is Hive and Hive blockchain. We don't want, or we have a wish for users not to go away to Discord, to Telegram, to WhatsApp, whatever other things of communication, because now with disabilities, conversations or chats, you can discuss and chat directly in the app. And the last one, a little bit unstable still, but it's improved. Pulse, it's based on a PICD open source code, and you can now, as a user, if you want, or you have interest what your readers want, you can easily set up a pull and attach it into the post. And your users, for whatever you want, and your users could vote for that. These are, as I said, main improvements in this period. So I will continue with what's next, or what's the vision of ESNC. The most important thing or work last year was very intensive moving or rewriting the code from the RASL GAs to the next GAs framework. The main reason was because scalability is better in this fresh one, and better customization for the future development. This was mostly all developers were occupied with that for the 3 months. Sorry. Then mobile apps in iOS and Android are constantly updated. The last update of both app instability, mostly instability, they are stable more than before, were I think a week and something ago. And the last one, I'm very satisfied that I can present you here. Yesterday was officially released of the new app of ESNC. It's lighter than a mobile app. It's an individual app for the short content sharing, for short content messaging. It's available on Android and also on iOS. Unfortunately, when I prepared this presentation, it was not able yet in Apple Store, so there is only a link to the Google Play Store. Thank you, thank you. I think community will be happy for that. And what's with this short content sharing? It is limited to 250 characters, but you can include also animations, links, small photos. It has now 4 ways for authentication, from keys, from Hive Signer, Hive Auth, and Hive keychain, and maybe it will be smaller and lighter if it will use this what we are presenting before. So this is probably a thing to discuss for the next step. So as I said, it's initial first version. I'm inviting you to download and try. And the most interesting thing is that you can explore all all short content from Hive blockchain communities. So you can explore waves from ESNC, you can explore moment from Lacto. You can explore and watch threads by InLeo, and finally bus from the bus. But just explore. As I said, this is first version. Maybe the next version will have only one feed and or something like that. I don't know. We will see. And that's the vision. Nothing else more.
All right. So thank you, Marco.
I would like to thank you all for this, your attention. If you have questions, yes, okay, I'm ready, but not for everything. I'm not a coder, I'm not a technician, so please don't ask me that.
So I was just curious, you already seen the Waves app?
Yes.
Okay, so does it filter out, so it's just the content produced by other people in the Waves app which will be visible in the Waves app? Like, for example, if I tweet on Twitter, I just see tweets, right? Or do you see all content, all Hive content?
No, you can't see all content. You can see only short content. If you use a wave on the list, you will see waves. If you use threads, you will see from InLeo.
Ah, all right, okay, gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Hey, nice presentation.
Thank you.
I recognize that it's hard to explain something without you being the owner of it, because you tried your best to provide the information. Some things, I'm a very active user in SNC. It's pretty much my favorite interface on Hive. One thing that I have some kind of comments on is what's exactly addressed here, which is like you have competing standards on similar activities like short content, which I was very pleased to know that at least now you will be able to switch between Waves, Dbus, Leo, etc., which before I have to like copy paste from Dbus to Waves to repeat the same post.
It was probable. I tested also that thing.
And it would be great if I can just have a one-click broadcast hold now. That will be fun in the future, or maybe have a feed that will combine all of them into a more lively feed with all the short content.
Yes.
Yeah, that's just ideas that pop. And the other one was that is also something that we discussed last night, how to fix search, which is something that all the interface struggle since the very beginning of the Steam interface on how to get to your content, because it's not very useful to have a huge database if you cannot get to the content within that database. So that will be something for developers to really put themselves and try to fix. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks.
I think
Turner?
search work good on the desktop, as I try. Just copy paste one text, in second it's available to you. But on mobile it's not, yeah, I know.
I really love that Dex feature. I use that a lot. But one small thing I have is there's a few creators that I follow who post only very occasionally. Is it possible for me to put, say, 4 or 5 of those creators into just one panel?
Yes, you can have one panel, but this, I think this replies depends on what kind of reply you want to see, or message, or...
Just the posts of, say, 5 different creators into one, just their posts.
Yes, you can have just one. I try, when this Dex came, I have a big computer, computer with big screen, and I tried to fit all plays with this 50 Dex, and what's happened? Not work. It's better to have maybe 2, 3 Dex maximum, and it works very smoothly.
Yeah, I have 5 and it works very well.
Oh, good.
Okay,
you
thank
have
you.
a powerful computer.
Yo, Halman.
Hello, I have one question. Are you considering rebranding? I'm talking about mainly name, because I define it as a problem of all application on Hive, especially interfaces, that I'm talking to people about Hive and then suggested them to use Essency. And for them it is a little bit strange that the name of applications on Hive has very different names like Essency, PICD. Only HiveBlock has Hive in name. So it's my question. Are you considering in future, of course, rebranding and change the name with something connected with Hive?
Well, I can say I don't know, but this could be a suggestion. But we said that we are essentials, you know. We are engaged to spread the love and spread the peace around the world. So we will see. But it's a suggestion, yes. It's not bad suggestion to rebranding, because rebranding was made, the first Essency app was created in Steemit. It was, I don't know exactly.
Steam, yeah.
Yes, and after that, it was rebranding to Essency. Maybe it's time for rebranding, who knows? We'll see, to Waves. So I would only add here that complete Essency code is open source, and everyone can take it and fork it or use it for their, or complete code or just chunks, not to develop something new because it's already developed. They can use, everyone can use it.
Marco, may I? So I would like to say that Essency is my favorite Hive interface. Excellent work, guys. And I would love to see that drafts and templates sections could be improved a little bit, but it's excellent already. So about Hive names rebranding, my opinion is maybe controversial, but still that end users from the street shouldn't even be aware of Hive. They should be aware of application based on Hive and their business models or whatever, community models. So Hive really, in my opinion, is not important. Of course, it's important as a foundation, as a basis, but not as a brand name. Thank you.
Okay. I consider rebranding HiveFest to HiveFest? HiveFest. HiveFest. Come again? How long?
Sorry. I said the jokes are terrible.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, jokes are terrible. Fest. Yeah, good one. Roland's jokes are terrible. Fest. Super fast. Thank you very much, Marco.
Thank
I
you
hope you will
for
enjoy
attention.
lunch. Yeah, thanks. So, yeah. Oh no, he's stealing the clicker. I've got a backup. Cheers. So we're halfway through the diverse program, and we will continue after lunch with even more diverse program. We've got talk about the freedom money. We've got Krim up the stage telling us about operations. I think Speak Network is gonna do a panel. We do another panel. There will be a world premiere documentary viewing. There will be also giving away a hoodie from World Mapping. The competition is still running, right, Liz? Yep. And last but not least, of course, Detlef will be on the stage to, well, wave us goodbye with a little pivo. But that's all for later. Lunch is served in the back. See you at 20 to 1. So more or less in half an hour, 35 minutes to continue the program. Enjoy your lunch, guys. Yes.
Please come to the stage.
We have three names.
We have 3 names for you. It was really exciting, really close. Thank you for participating.
And thank you for all your good knowledge about the cities of this earth. You will see more at worldmapping.com.
Okay, the 3rd place is Bugavi.
Bugavi, you come to stage. And we have something very nice in a very nice color for you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Woo! You can say.
The second next winner is
Josen.
Hey. Josen as well, probably perfectly your size.
You appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Really appreciate this game.
And the major winner is
The big winner is Lossi.
Lossi.
Thank you. Very, very fun game. Very great players too. I was not expecting this. Thank you.
very special for you for all the cold days.
Woo! So maybe a little big. Yeah. Yay! Okay. Good.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, winners. Congrats. So, did you know I found the piece of wood right across the corner on the street, lying on the street. You can just find anything here in Croatia. Ladies and gentlemen, there is another official part which always happens during, or almost always happens during HiveFest. Some people might want to play a poker game. Not everybody, but if you want, keep an eye on the Telegram group, because I think there is a subgroup being created in which you can discuss where to go. But we've got a hint that you should go to Bar Nostradamus to form a group to play some poker, maybe later tonight. But you didn't hear it from me. It has not been recorded on the stream. It's super illegal. No, it's not illegal. You can just do that. No problem. Please take a seat, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to continue the program. And we're going to continue the program with Joel, or Desert Links, who has been working at Dash as business development and marketing. He came all the way from the USA. I want to invite him up the stage to tell us all about the freedom money, which of course is Hive, but also Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. So please join me on the stage, Joel. Thanks for coming all the way to Split.
Yeah. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah, this is definitely the weirdest place I've ever done a talk, for sure. Definitely no good Wi-Fi signal here, but that's fine. We'll do without. Really quick, because I always like to see what the audience kind of is, where we're on the same page with all this. Who here has ever spent a cryptocurrency for a real good or service? Raise your hand. Like you bought something. That's
a little anecdote. People. I'm here to try to tell you a funny anecdote. So back in the days in 2017, we were in Lisbon, right? I had super fancy clothes wearing in Lisbon. I bought them with Bitcoin. So you know how much these clothes, I wanted to wear them because I want to tell you this anecdote, but I couldn't find those clothes. So those clothes are currently worth $20,000. Super epic.
That's the price of not being naked. For what it's worth, all my clothes are bought with crypto, but we'll get to that. So around 75% of people here have bought something with crypto before. That's actually better than almost every crypto conference I've been to, which in my opinion is very happy for you guys, but it's a little sad for the rest. Now, who has ever, should be a very silly question here, who's ever earned any crypto? Gotten paid? That's even more people. Usually that's even fewer. Now, who earns around 50% or more in crypto of everything that they have? Still pretty good. What about 80% or more? Just a couple. Now, who spends at least 50% of everything? They spend it in crypto without you getting a bank account or anything like that. I see. There we go. There we go in the back. So we do have some hope there. That's good. So quick introduction. My name is Joel Valenzuela. I've been in the crypto world since 2012 so around 12 years. In 2015, I decided to stop getting paid in fiat currency and only be paid in crypto. So that's 9 years almost living entirely off of crypto. The next year I closed my bank account and decided to see if that would work. And I'm still here, so I guess it kind of worked. So my passion is what I call, the concept I've been calling these days is freedom money, which is anyone who's in crypto came here for freedom money in the beginning. Even if future generations wanted other things like decentralized content or just love the tech or whatever, people came here for that reason. That's how the space started. And so we've had quite the evolution of freedom money over a long period of time. Freedom money being money that you can use to live free. As I always try to, who here is a free speech advocate? There we go. I mean, this should be a silly question almost, but the right to free speech is really hard to have, even if you have it on paper, even if you have it enshrined in law, even if you can technically say what you want. But if people, the number one easiest censorship vector is financial censorship, where people don't like what you're saying, they don't actually take away your voice, but they take away your money associated with that, and that causes a chilling effect, etc. So in order to have true freedom, I believe we need freedom money, money you can use without permission. And so we kind of had a long storied history of this technology, because as some people might not really think about right away, but money is a technology for communicating value. I value this, you value that. I tell it to you with words, not words, but coins or digital coins or whatever. And so as a technology, this thing has evolved over the years to become different things, hopefully to become better. The evolutionary trajectory has not been straight up. It's up and down and sideways all over, but it does trend on the up and up. So let's break down some of these forms of freedom money over time. Kind of like this is a very I could do this for like 3 hours, so let's just do the short version, right? So first, gold, right? Because the asset that is gold, it's a rock, right? No human controls the existence or issuance. Obviously, people do mine, there are markets, etc. But if I have a piece of gold in my pocket, no one can just say that has no value overnight. It's the free market decides that that has value, and therefore it does. And no one can just steal it from your pocket without actually jumping on your back, hitting you, and taking it out. Like no one in an office can just press a button somewhere and the gold disappears from your pocket. Now, some of the drawbacks to gold are just because of the oldness of the technology of it, where you can't take your computer's USB port and shove in a little piece of gold to pay someone across the world. It just doesn't work that way, right? There's a lot of technological limitations behind using gold as a payments tool, and even if you're a bank or an institution and you custody gold, there's difficulties in proving that. You have to have auditors come in and just say, oh, look, that looks like gold, let me test it, yeah. But like if the next day after the auditors left, someone stole your gold, everyone would not necessarily know that. So we go to the next evolution. And funny enough, this is what got me into crypto, was Peter Schiff, which I'm not even kidding, because I heard he had this gold-backed debit card. And I was like, that's awesome. I want to live off of inflation-resistant money. And I was trying to get one of those. I never ended up doing it, and I got into crypto very shortly after that. So that kind of was the next step of the evolution. But with here, you have a lot of trust trade-offs, unfortunately, because you have to trust an institution that they have your gold. You have to trust centralized card rails to spend it, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of things that are worse than actual gold coins. But at the same time, it's so much more convenient. You don't have to break apart a gold coin or hope someone has change. You can actually use it to buy things anywhere in the world. So it's a technological evolution on the up and up, but with some trade-offs too. So the next thing we had, if the button works, there we go, is Bitcoin. And I should be clear, I'm talking about 2024 Bitcoin here, not 2014 Bitcoin. Some of us OGs obviously remember getting into Bitcoin in the early days as a peer-to-peer digital cash system. It's sort of evolved now to a digital gold type system, where it's got a lot of the same kind of uses as gold, where stored of value, et cetera, that can't be really modified. And its usefulness is more as a institutional asset, as a gold savings account kind of thing, with some technological benefits where you can still make big transfers across, globally for much cheaper than you could gold. You can also verify balances. Whereas instead of like, where's all the gold in Fort Knox, where you can actually see like, where's all the gold, where's all the Bitcoin in El Salvador, you can look at a publicly posted address. Anyone who's running a node can independently verify that, et cetera. So we're on the up and up, right? So this is better than a gold-backed debit card is any kind of, let's say, a custodial Lightning wallet, or let's just say, a Coinbase card or something like that, where there is actually an asset backing it that's a lot easier to verify that they have it. But it's still not under your control directly if you want to spend it using these more modern payment rails. And you still require a lot of trust. So now, the next evolution, I'm just using Bitcoin Cash as like a placeholder because it's kind of like the original vision of Bitcoin a little bit more. But it's basically all those original things plus the ability to easily transact peer-to-peer. So if I send it to you, I can just scan a QR code, send it, takes a couple cents or less. Pretty quickly it shows up. And there you go. It's a peer-to-peer digital cash system. Now with that, you can conceivably send and receive, use sound money without trusting any intermediaries. And so this is the big breakthrough, which was Bitcoin's 2009 breakthrough. Now, on paper, this is kind of like the peak of the mountain, where it's like, okay, we've already figured it out. This works. In practice, there's a bunch of extra, I would say, technological limitations behind this. For example, instant transactions aren't really a thing. So for peer-to-peer, like in-person commerce, things like that, there is a certain element of trust of if you send a transaction, you have to say, well, I hope they don't double spend it. I hope they don't change it. There's ways of checking. It's a little clunky where you usually have to wait. And that, of course, increases latency and kind of gives a leg up on more traditional payment rails. Also, like no built-in privacy. And so the next step, here we go. In 2014, Dash was created, and Dash has solved a lot of those problems from the original Bitcoin model. Just a few key ones being instant transactions, so everything's settled perfectly instantly, which was a big deal at the time. Now it's not, because technology's moving forward. Now there's a lot of different crypto projects that can offer something similar, and also a built-in privacy function, for example. And so now we're getting to finally like a smoother experience. It's not good enough though, because there's still a lot of other things. As it turns out, as good as the money is, as good as the payments are, there's a lot of nuance that comes with our language of communicating value that isn't just sending and receiving money and that's it. So for example, if I pay any of you back for lunch or whatever, hey, thanks for this. Well, how much does that cost? There you go. all that communication happens somewhere else. Like, that's not typically on the blockchain, at least not with these kind of older school crypto models. All that stuff has to be communicated, whether it's, you know, send a WhatsApp message or whatever, somewhere else, and then now you're starting to reintroduce trust into the system through that. And then also there's some things such as, what if I pay you, say, $5,000 for a job denominated in, say, a US dollar amount? How do I timestamp that and fix that with the actual technology? Really what you have to do is just sort of send it and say, oh, according to this one exchange, like let's pick, or like CoinGecko, according to them, this was worth this at this time, so yeah, that's the proof that I paid you what I owe you. It starts to get a little bit like, nah, that's not ideal. We need some extra things. Or for example, I want to pay you on a regular basis, or I want to pay with certain conditions. All this extra stuff that comes in where we have to do extra things other than just send and receive. Now we start to use centralized tech companies largely to do all this kind of stuff, or worse, custodians, in case we can't do all that. So that's where the sort of next evolution goes, which, and I shouldn't say, Ethereum has also sort of pivoted away from being like at the peer-to-peer layer and is more of a settlement layer, but at the same time, just the technology of smart contracts, et cetera, has sort of started to fill in these little gaps, such as, for example, the concept of a stablecoin, or including algorithmic stablecoins of, I want to pay you this amount of value according to this, and we're going to agree on that amount of value, not I'm going to send you a bit of this scarce asset, and okay, we'll sort of agree on that value, but the value could change over time. And other things like, for example, advanced privacy functions that can be done on Ethereum through a smart contract, a whole bunch of other things. And so finally, with smart contracts, we're starting to get to the point where everything around what we do when we communicate value to each other is starting to all become included on these decentralized rails, where now we're not necessarily trusting companies for everything. There's still a few things, and again, we're talking about evolution. We have to keep tweaking and increasing the value proposition of these things over time, fixing some things. A couple of drawbacks of a lot of the current smart contract models or crypto models is, first of all, you have to run your own node, or you have to trust someone who does, largely. That's been the mantra, the idea that has powered the development roadmaps of Bitcoin and Ethereum which is almost the entire crypto space by market cap. A lot of design trade-offs were made to make running a node as cheap as possible, relatively speaking, and that has introduced a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of trust in the system by limiting on-chain scaling, for example. So what could we, and then on the other side, with decentralized data, at some point, it's a little bit rougher to access because of the lack of the ability to, or the difficulty around indexing and querying decentralized data. So like actually looking it up and finding what you need. And so, in the interest of solving those next two things, recently Dash launched the Evolution platform, which is a side, and it's a separate blockchain that's connected to the main network that does decentralized data in a way that solves those two problems. First of all, there's a decentralized API built into the protocol that lets anyone access these services without having to run a node or without having to trust something like Infura or something to run services and node for you. And also the multi-layered database for the data storage does not require you to pay someone to run an indexing service or trust someone like that. It can be queried at the protocol level very quickly and efficiently and provably and trustlessly. So now we're finally getting to the point where all those last little bits of what we use to communicate value are now able to be run by the whole network itself. And we're so close to like every last little bit. So my vision, of course, is to get everyone using Freedom Money, everyone I can. And it has to work as well as regular money or old school money or slave money, whatever you want to call it. It's got to work as well as that. but it's got to also have as few trust assumptions as possible so that you can just use it, and then if whatever sales pitch someone gives you, oh yeah, this product is great, it's freedom, government doesn't control it, whatever, that should apply, that pitch should apply to whatever the person actually uses. So if someone says, oh, freedom money, and then you start using like a custodial service, that's kind of not the same thing. So we're finally basically there, ready to build those last few tools there, and I hope this happens with a whole lot of projects. Now the last piece of the puzzle, which in my opinion is what really prevents people from using cryptocurrency as their daily money, because it's doable today. I've been doing it for a long time. I've gotten other people to do it. Still very, very few people live entirely off of crypto. And a friend of mine, he created this company called Spritz Finance, which lets you pay all your bills in the US, and et cetera, with crypto. And his motivation for that was he was a DeFi guy. And he started to realize, okay, I got all these DeFi gains. I want to use it, and I don't have an easy way to do it without going through all these hoops, going through a bank. And so he ended up creating a bill pay service that would you can just pay your bill directly with crypto. That solves one of the biggest hurdles, especially in the US. Now, notice it's because he earned crypto. That's the missing piece where everyone needs to earn crypto to have that motivation to actually learn how to spend it. And there's, it's an as such not completely solved problem, but obviously a good step towards this is what the Hive community has been doing, and of course Steam before that. I was a pretty early Steam user in the day, and I still kind of went through to Hive, and I have to find my keys somewhere, but once I get back in, I'll be dropping hot fire on there for sure. Yeah, so one thing that I think that Hive's done a really good job of is actually giving people a reason to care about spending crypto. There's crazy people like me who believe in freedom money, and just are willing to do things that don't make sense, such as quit my job and say, I'll only work if you pay me in crypto. That's not very smart. There's crazy people like me to do that, but there's a few of us. We need something for the not crazy people, and I think that the more we can kind of connect these sorts of things, the better. The more we can connect the ultimate freedom money tools that we've been using to the why. Why should I look into doing a different form of money right here? I think that's how we win. With that, any questions at all? I'd be more than happy to chat, either here or when I'm running around. There we go. We got one. You want another microphone? Or do you want me to just run back and forth and get even sweatier than I already am?
I was looking for the microphone, but found it.
Thank you, Joel. Thanks for coming.
Hi.
I hope you've received a warm enough welcome from Hive, and we appreciate you coming here and giving us your talk, your time.
Thank you. You guys are good people.
Thank you. Yeah, freedom money, baby. So I've heard you talk a little bit there at the end about interconnectivity and how we can integrate different tools from, say, our platforms into Dash, for example. Could you talk a little bit more on that? And for the developers in the room, what opportunities would there be for them to integrate some of what we've done into some of what you guys are doing so that we can access each other's markets and communities?
Yeah, absolutely. And I should preface, I'm not a developer or particularly technical, so if I'm a little too surface level, sorry. I didn't learn how to code when all the other journalists were doing it. But simply, starting from like a, you got that show. It's funny to see how many people get it. But when you get to, let me start with the biz dev angle, business development type angle. Simply put, people need a way of going between tokens, right? And I believe Leo is the name of the platform, but there's a platform that it's a front end that plugs into, say, the Maya protocol and some other DEX rails that supports Hive, and the Maya protocol added Dash as its first extra coin that it after launch. So there's a nice path right there. So for example, right now, anyone who earns all their money on Hive, I can show them how to easily swap to Dash and just close their bank account and live entirely off of Dash, for example. So that's the biz dev angle of just making sure the tools are kind of set up to allow people to go back and forth. On a technical level, a little bit more, the Dash evolution chain introduces a concept called identities, where you basically have a sort of like a wallet or username on the evolution chain, and can use that to associate private keys of any other wallet to that. And including, you can register usernames, and you can also form two-way connections between users where you can pass encrypted data back and forth, such as extended public keys, so you can make payments between usernames that are completely private. There's a lot of this kind of stuff that you can do. You can associate multiple usernames with one identity. So if you have one wallet and it's like, okay, I'm going to be the Desert Links because that's my handle I do. But also some people might know me by my full legal name. And so, okay, let me register that one too. It's also associated with the same wallet. Let me also register the Desert Linux in case someone misspells it all weird. And then there you go as well. And then associate other wallets to that. And so one of my personal, I guess, goals over the next year or so is I want to talk to as many crypto projects, where it makes sense, of course, as possible, and try to find a way to integrate into the Dash username and identity system into those projects. So then you can pass encrypted messages back and forth. You can just use one unified username for, you know, all of crypto, and then that just works with whatever native chain underneath by just using the actual Dash identities to connect. So that's one of those first big things. The other thing is just anyone who's using, so the Dash data storage solution is not like for large files, not like IPFS where you do like movies and stuff, but it's for small data such as, you know, usernames, listings, things like that. So for example, let's say tweets, right? Things like that. So anyone who is has their data storage built on anything that involves a little bit too much trust, too many third parties or whatever, but also nice to talk to kind of like have a Dash component and have another component. So like we've been talking with Filecoin, for example, because Filecoin does kind of the opposite side of what we do, more the larger file storage, where we're doing the smaller but very fast and provably queryable and indexable. All these words that like no one who's not like a developer really cares about, but the point is you can just access data, you know, like right away, like write it instantly, access it right away.
Yes, Detlef. All right.
Hi,
Hi.
love Hive. I love and live everything you explained, and whenever I think more and more into the future, I have all these governments who might be there, and I have ideas.
Might be there.
Ideas and fears. So could you have some points to these ideas, or what you maybe saw in your country?
Yeah, so the question, from my understanding, is what are we going to do about governments trying to crack down and regulate on this? So there's two things, right? First of all, that's the reason I believe we need to build everything on decentralized rails as much as possible and not have these censorship vectors, such as, you know, if everyone can spend through a bank when you shut down the banks and okay, you have your gold at home, whatever. Or if everyone's using crypto in a decentralized way, but the way they communicate that is through some sort of a payment app which, you know, connects, like say you have like people on your Facebook friends list and are messaging them, here, I'm going to pay you this much or whatever. If that gets shut down, you're in the dark, and then your ability to make those payments, or if they flag anything that shows up in a messenger says, oh, that's a crypto address, ban it. Those are kind of issues. So first we just have to build everything from the grounds up as decentralized as we can and keep innovating on that front so that you can't really take this kind of stuff down. The next thing is, it's probably a controversial take in almost every audience, unfortunately, but there is sort of a middle ground that will end up being reached, where this happens even in dictatorships, by the way. There's an ongoing negotiation between the people and their rulers as far as what kind of conditions are we all going to mutually agree on. And it's not popular to say this because there's not a lot of consent usually with people and their rulers. But at the same time, you can only push people so far before they revolt and just, you know, burn your palace down. Hopefully not this one, because this is really nice. But there's only so far you can go. So there's a constant kind of like, how far does the government push things before they get mass non-compliance, which they do not want because it's really hard to crack down at that point. So I think that crypto is kind of like an Overton window mover, where technically you can use this even if the government's trying their very best to stop you. And that kind of moves the center where at some point say, okay, listen, we'll give up issuance of the money, maybe. We'll give up, making KYC for every transaction possible. But we will still want you to, for example, pay all your taxes, and we'll watch your crypto addresses or whatever and just make sure you do that. And so at some point, I think there will be sort of a balance. Right now, I think we're in what we call like the negotiation phase, where we start to see, like, for example, the EU government with the MiCA regulations, and then the US with the SEC cracking down on all these companies and just it becoming a very big part of American politics this year. We're starting to see that like active negotiations, like the talks are active and ongoing. And if things get too bad on that side of things, then people there will be mass non-compliance movements to a certain extent, and then the government loses out on more. And they're trying to find the perfect balance to maximize the amount of control and tax revenue that they get. And sometimes, unfortunately for them, fortunately for us, that requires them allowing us to have more freedom than they otherwise would want us to have. So the point is, crypto puts us in a strong negotiating position. That's what it does for us as a society. For individuals, you can live sovereign, right? But for the whole world to live sovereign, it's trickier en masse, but if everyone can live fully sovereign and they have these powerful tools to do that, then the negotiating power with the government to say, look, we want lower taxation on this. We don't want to have to KYC everything we do. We don't want to have to use your money for things. We want to be able to store our value in other things. Those demands become a lot easier to be taken seriously the more power we have through decentralization.
You clearly your income statement, your personal income statement is 100% crypto. I assume your balance sheet, your personal balance sheet is also 100% crypto. And I'm just curious if you still measure the value of that balance sheet vis-a-vis some fiat, the US dollar, or if you've evolved to a place where you now measure the value of what you hold some other way. I think of Michael Saylor, who was asked, when are you finally going to sell all your Bitcoin? And he turned it around and said, when are you going to sell your dollars? And I'm just curious how you view value.
Yeah, well, the uncomfortable truth that a lot of crypto maxis aren't going to, unfortunately right now, and look at any price chart of anything, like for example, Hive might be a good one. I haven't looked too closely, but a lot of these crypto projects get a big hype bubble and then they go down to like this slow slide kind of thing. And it's sort of indicative of right now, we're way too early. We don't have nearly enough users, nearly enough economic activity on all these chains to provide anything that's like flat and stable. It's just, we're not there yet. Bitcoin at one point was more stable than the British pound. That was during Brexit, but that kind of stuff isn't the case anymore. It's become much more speculative, much bigger ups and downs. So even Bitcoin is not stable enough for this kind of a thing yet. So to answer my personal thing, so I mean, I've had a mixture of pricing my goods and services in a fiat denominated amount, is in this many dollars, or depending on the currency, I have made some deals where I say, pay me this fixed amount of this currency, and then they'll do it, and I just do that. In terms of like expenses, are all pretty much fiat denominated for myself personally. For my entity that I run, there are a lot of things that are denominated in Dash units. So even if the price goes crazy, I still owe the same amount on those. So it's kind of a mix for me personally. It's mostly in the fiat valuation thing because that's just the only realistic way of doing things, because otherwise things go up and down in a crazy way. And I think that this won't be that much of a problem in the next 10 years probably. But right now it kind of is. That's one thing where during the Ethereum slide or whatever, I mentioned stable coins. I obviously am not a big fan of centralized stable coins, but stable coins are training wheels to sort of get us onto this new economy, where they can act as that kind of thing where you get paid in a certain amount of stable coins and then you trade them for whatever real crypto you want. And at least you're like, okay, well, I paid you this amount. At least you have that valuation stuck in. Or you use those as accounting mechanisms. Like Thorchain and the Maya protocol, for example, they don't have oracles to exchanges for exchange rates. They just have stable coins, and then the tradability of assets between those stable coins are what actually prices everything on that exchange. So yeah, basically, yeah, we're working on it.
All right, great. So last question, Jeffrey.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Hi. So you mentioned a decentralized API for interacting with a Dash evolution, right?
Yeah.
So how does that work? Is that just for getting the chain state? Is that for submitting transactions? Is that like, how would submitting a transaction work in that case?
Yeah, I'm not super well versed in the exact particulars of it, but what DAPI allows you to do is query both chains, the core chain, which is like Bitcoin based, kind of, so it kind of substitute for, say, like whatever a wallet API, like say Blockchain or something would use. And then on the evolution side, you know, all the equivalents, it's not set in stone exactly the limitations of it, so it'll be continually upgraded over time. But basically anything you should need to use the evolution chain for, including writing data contracts, querying data, all that kind of stuff, transactions, obviously, all that kind of stuff is already doable. But hopefully something that can be upgraded over time. And the more I learn about this stuff, because for the last, it's been taken for really forever to get this thing out the door. And there was kind of an accelerated release schedule, so we're sort of like, it's on mainnet, it's live, people are registering usernames and contacts and doing all this kind of stuff, but like the documentation's not fully there, and I have to harass the developers at all times of the night saying, what does this do? What's cool about it? Tell me, why do I care? And just like do my own education process on that to kind of realize why it's so cool. But yeah, so keep in touch and I'll make sure to get you all the best answers to that.
Right. Thank you very much, Joel. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the stay in Split. Cheers. All right. Without further ado, I want to invite up the stage a woman who loves metal, right? Yes, a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, Krim is here with us, and she traveled all the way from BC. Yeah. Yes. And this woman is making sure many people behind the scenes stay connected. If there are any problems on Hives, she is the one, a very important one to help out and to make sure everything fixes. I remember when I was running Hive Wallet, which was slowly phased out, and I think it was deleted by Apple. When there were problems, people losing their keys, I say, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, but she would connect and help be a liaison between problems and problem solvers. So please give a warm round of applause for Krimi, because Krimi, you're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, this is the clicker chair.
Just forward.
But this is my slide.
Alrighty. Hi, guys. So if you checked on your app schedule, it says I'm supposed to talk about core operations today. And I mean, I could do that, and I will do that a little bit, but I'm not really a slideshow girl, let's be realistic. And I think she's a little stretched, but you might recognize some of the people in this picture here. So it's gonna be my background for a little bit, and then I'll take you through some of these slides, not necessarily from a core ops standpoint, because when I was initially asked to talk, I think some of it is demystifying what some of the non-devs or dev-adjacent people do day to day with Hive, like me. But I think that it would be incredibly boring for you guys for 20 minutes to talk about B2B stuff with exchanges, to talk about sort of the minutia of the non-corporate corporate aspects of trying to help work in the Hive ecosystem. So every HiveFest, I feel like my introduction of myself gets a little shorter, because I figure, you know me by now, forget it, let's just skip through this stuff. But I want to kind of touch on this a little bit to help bring you to where we are now. With the legacy chain, I came in and I was a content creator. That was it. I didn't know anything about anything. I had some Ethereum in my wallet. That's what I actually bought before Bitcoin. And I didn't even really understand why I had it, but I heard about the legacy chain and I was very against legacy social media. I've always had that same crazy person, freedom tech heart. And so I came to the legacy chain because I thought, I'm gonna share content. And yeah, crypto's neat, cool, all right, let's go with that. And very quickly, as many of you guys have done, the same journey, I started wondering where the money came from. And that led me into discovering more about the inflation and the emissions and where that came from, and block production, and how a round's chosen. And then, you know, within probably about a year, I ended up actually one of the consensus block producers for the legacy chain, moving through the fork and onto Hive as well. From there, it became giving technical talks everywhere, explaining this blockchain, this very special blockchain and all of its weird quirks to everybody, everywhere, all the time. And the more I explained the tech, the more I was invited to do so. And then it became, yeah, how can we connect a couple people that are building things who aren't talking to each other? How do we connect them together? How do we connect end users to those people? And the technical journey evolved. And it has continued to evolve because now, it's not like it was even 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. People are starting to understand blockchain better. Not everybody, not all the normies, but people don't need quite as much technical hand-holding. And the things that I've talked about and the things that I'm getting sent around to do and the tasks that I now do around the chain have evolved as well. So with Core Ops, very, very briefly touching on it, and we can ask questions at the end. Yeah, I basically handle pretty much all of our exchange reach out. I handle a lot of, and many of you have heard this joke, and I apologize, but I'm kind of Hive's naggy mom. When I see a problem, especially like whether it is documentation, whether it is something that doesn't work and the users are not able to get to devs, whether it's devs intercommunicating, these are things day to day that I handle. And a lot of the other things that I take on have changed my journey a lot too. And I promise I'll stop talking about myself in like 1 second. But it means that my idea of becoming anonymous, coming to this chain, being a content creator, holy, that went out the window. So a lot of the things I'm doing now is as I'm taking DApp project managers, developers, as I'm taking end users and communities, I'm bringing them to conferences or I'm helping them get resources for infrastructure. I've taken on a lot of the centralized risk of having to work in a corporate world. So if a contract has to be signed, if a exchange has to work with a corporate entity, we're a blockchain with no name, no address, no person, no VC, no founders, no headquarters. And that is a really big challenge for us. It's our strength. It's why people want to use our technology. But we are still in this world where we have to put our toe in and say, we do have to play by the rules sometimes. And, you know, it's funny because, like I said, I'm not much of a prepared speech slideshow girl. And one of my favorite things to do when we come to conferences, and why I love HiveFest so much, is the more I hear other people's presentations, the more they change what I end up talking about. The more I end up adapting to what you guys are doing, saying, talking. And you know, yesterday I mentioned a lot, we're gonna talk about what makes Hive different, why the community matters, how we go forth and tell more people and get more people interested, and that's part of it. And today, with Matt's presentation, even Joel, like, we're like the same person, man, holy. These are things, you know, today was so much more technical, and it leads me back to how the way that we, the OGs that have been using Hive the longest, how we see and talk about Hive. So yeah, core operations, cool, lame, tricky, and probably something that we're going to have to do better decentralizing. More people are going to have to jump in and help solve these problems together. But for now, you've got me, your naggy mom. So one of the things that has been talked about a lot this year especially is SocialFi. But how many summers have we had, you know, DeFi summer, NFT summer. We mentioned this yesterday. There's a lot of meta that goes along in the blockchain space, and we're expected to shape our projects to fit that meta. You can't talk about it unless it's whatever's hot right now. And that's been a struggle for Hive, for sure. And the way that I've explained Hive to people has changed, as I mentioned. Some of you guys have probably been with me in different places around the world. And in 2022 and 2023, one of the things that got people the most excited about Hive, believe it or not the free magic internet money, not, the freedom tech, sadly, we're getting there, was identity. And most of the talks that I did in 2022 and then I was asked to go do, and even in Mexico, HiveFest, was talking about the idea of identity, was talking about how we transact value, was talking about what is valuable, what do you produce, how do you create it, how do you share it, how do you move it. And this year, I'm starting to see a change. And the more places I go and talk, and I've brought this presentation specifically because I just did it recently in LA. And by the time I finished, a wave of people came running down the stairs from the audience to talk more about what is this? So this is kind of the evolution of how I see Hive and what I'm talking about now. And the things that, to me, when I come out to these events, what gets them excited? What gets them thinking differently about what we're building? And sort of what gets them going? And it is, frankly, that yes, we make cool, disruptive tech. We have ways of automatically, trustlessly, permissionlessly changing, hands, data, money, value. But we don't always talk about the human aspect. And HiveFest is the perfect place to underline this. Why do you keep coming year after year? Why is it that Hive is still here when I believe CoinGecko, it's probably been updated. CoinGecko recently was saying that between 2012 and now, out of all these legacy coins, all the coins that are created, 70% are gone. Gone. And that's not even the time frame. You're talking about this sort of hype bubble and death. One of the things that I've also been doing is building a lot of groundwork, knowing where our dev teams are going. EVM compatibility, different types of smart contract systems, making things easier to move in and out of ecosystems, laying a lot of groundwork for, yes, working with other DEXs, working with other chains. And one of the gentlemen that I was talking to recently about a DEX who's really excited to have Hive on board and is just waiting, was telling me that with some of these new chains, there are, 20,000 new coins being created daily, weekly. Think about that for a second. When we started, how many chains were there? How many coins were there? Right now, imagine going out and trying to market a cryptocurrency, a token, a blockchain, anything Web3 related, when the amount of noise and the amount of these projects that are meant to fail, that's what we're kind of swirling around in right now. That's hard for the industry, it's hard for Hive, and it's changed the way that people talk about crypto. And it means that we have to change a little bit too. But also, it's the core of what we do. So I'm not gonna give you guys the whole presentation, but the question of, are we gonna make it, WAGMI? And again, you might recognize this. These are all, when I go out and I talk about Hive, everywhere I go, it's almost always pictures of HiveFest. It's pictures of you guys. It's pictures of the people that, whether the price is up, whether the price is down, whether they've been away for a year, whether they've never left and they're a daily poster, they are the reason that this chain is so strong. And, I get asked a lot, how do exchanges feel about us? And the answer is, well, the ones that we're not on really, really wish we would give them some money. But the ones that we're on are actually incredibly impressed because, we are an ecosystem that's meant to be used. We have people buying and selling and earning and trading and using every day. The amount of people who do come and then just decide to sell, which is, it's not a bad thing. We're still here and our price is still stable. And it looks so different from every other currency out there. It's absolutely wild. And it intrigues people. But so one of the biggest problems that we've seen is everybody tried to make SocialFi. What just happened this week? Friend Tech exploded. What did they run off with, the devs? $44 million. The new wave of social-fi. Sell your friends like cheap, I don't know, you know what, we don't have to get into it. But the reality is everybody's idea of social-fi was commodify yourself or someone else, shill it as hard as you can, dump and run. How do we keep people in that ecosystem? You don't, it's gone. How do we keep people in Hive? All of a sudden, magically, here you all are. And while it's not growing at the speed we want, because we're not talking to the people we need to, at the same time, the stability, the interest, the genuine love of the whole space that is bred and born on Hive is something totally different. And the problem that we actually have in a lot of cases is, yeah, we're so focused on the on the finance. And it means that we've developed a lot of tools, not we in Hive, but in the space. We've developed a lot of tools that focus so much on money that we make really crappy experiences for humans. But this technology is for humans. It's meant to liberate you. It's meant to give you the freedom or the expression that you want. It's creating an identity, and it's allowing you to interact with anybody, anywhere, but you choose. It's your power. It's incredibly human. We are making human technology. Yeah, blockchain, it's human tech. So, you know, one of the things that obviously you're going to again recognize some of our awesome people from around the world. One of the things that we do a little bit differently is we connect people to outcomes. And I'm not going to read you the slide. We're not going to do it. You can have it later. But the things, just like Joel was talking about, just like we've been talking about across all of the presentations, you know, during HiveFest, is that value doesn't just look like a dollar sign. What is transacted between us is very different. And when we connect people to the outcomes that they want, earning money, having fun, making friends, finding jobs, learning to code, what is the outcome that you desire, that your community desires, that your project is meant for? That is what Hive does absolutely the best. And connecting people to outcomes, especially successfully, means that we see momentum, we see growth, we see retention, and we see happy people who are learning to use blockchain, not as some crazy cool thing that they can go out and be like, yeah, I'm ahead of the curve, I'm a cool guy. No, it's just a part of your life, right? And that is, it's the reason that we even have the idea of value. Why is something valuable to you? Yeah, it's a trade, you're trading goods, but we no longer, hopefully, live in a world where the only thing you can think about is making enough money to feed yourself. Value is valuable to you because it means something to you, right? We carry all of that in our chain. So, yeah, I'm not going to read this. You guys know the benefits of Hive. I'm preaching to the choir here. And if somebody is watching on the live stream, or if you've arrived because you haven't quite figured out what all the cool jazz is that we do, yeah, we have a lot of really cool, useful things that now, the next step for us is we've already got the fast. We've already got the feeless. We've already got, you know, more and more work being done to make this easier to come here and build. We've got it. It's happening. This is the basis of human tech. Now comes the time where we connect to other blockchains, we bring in developers, and yeah, Naggy Mom is gonna remind you guys about the documentation, and she's gonna remind you about all the stuff that you need to get working on. But the reality is a lot of it's here. So now we have to take it out into the world. And we have to take it out in the world not to say, my blockchain's better than your blockchain. Dump where you are, just like Matt was mentioning in his presentation this morning. The goal is not just to convert, not to rip us away, not to continue this tribal sort of idea of you must choose one and never deviate, and that's it. But the idea is yeah, let us start collaboratively building both inside of Hive and outside of Hive to create human solutions, because humans like those and they adopt them. So I'm going to quickly skip through here because I want to leave some time for questions. But again, you're starting to see the human impact. How many blockchains have started talking about boreholes now? We've got 18. We've been doing it for ages, and we weren't doing it to look cool. We had a human problem. McSam looked out and said, there are wars happening over a mud puddle because there are people who can't have clean water. But you know what? I work in a protocol where I can share the story, I can crowdsource funds or even raise funds on my own through content creation. I can find other people. And here we are, years later, 18 boreholes. And of course, you guys know we're going to have a documentary screening this afternoon talking about this story. I have goosebumps. This is about as human as it gets. And it's just, honestly, it's a very small part of what goes on around Hive. Because again, people come here, they build groups, they build relationships, and they start solving problems, and they start doing things that are human. And so, you know, Arkanj's talk earlier is true. And if you were in Mexico or you watched the Mexico stream, I said a thing that I always say, but for whatever reason it got clipped and it went, you know, got shared and now it's everywhere. And it's when you build a human blockchain for humans, humans are going to human all over it. And that means there is good, and that does mean there's bad. And anything we value comes with emotion. And yeah, this has been a hard year, and I'll be, you know, the second to stand up and say that when you do step into a position of taking things on behalf of other people, you also do become a target for their unhappiness with the way you did it, or the outcome, or a desire for more, or an entitlement. And yeah, this has been a hard year, I think, for a lot of us. But at the same time, I also kind of have now internalized that these things come from the people who, for one reason or another, aren't able to step into these roles. And they come from a place that they care so much that, yes, sometimes, unfortunately, it comes out in a way that's not amazing. So to get around that, you know, we have to kind of come back to the human aspect. Think of all the good that's here. Think of the things you want to accomplish. Think of the things that Hive has accomplished for you. And then think about, what can I take on that will make this a little bit more of a human place? Because if they want to be here, other humans want to be here, we grow. And that's our goal. We want to grow for every reason. And so a lot of the work that I've been doing this year is trying to get a little bit more modern looking branding and to talk a little bit more and to use different taglines and to see what resonates. And on the rally car, we've actually, I don't know if I turned that off. There you go. On the rally car, we tested out a different slogan because Lord Butterfly was like, put crypto on it. And I started thinking about why are we here? And, you know, when we are having these diverse and passionate discussions, what happens? Nobody here compromises. They're not willing to take less. They're not willing to accept something that doesn't work or isn't inherently valuable to them. So crypto without compromise, you know, you are connecting to the place where you can either make a difference, or you can join in a movement, or you can simply have a place where you can build and transact value, but you're doing it as a human. So please don't forget that part. Okay, I'm not doing this. I swear I'm not screwing with you guys. Wait, what? You know what? It's fine. It doesn't matter. There's only one more left, and all it was a big picture of us in Amsterdam at HiveFest. So you know what? It's down there. Pretend you can see it. Yeah? Okay. There you go. So you might be in there. You're a little stretched and a little wonky, but everywhere I go, everywhere I get invited to talk, whether it's in the US, whether it's in Dubai, whether it's across Europe, whether it's in any of the places that I've been, I take you guys with me because this is what sells Hive. This is what sells Hive. This is not what sells Hive, but you know what I mean. So don't forget that part. We're blockchain built better, but we're blockchain built by humans.
Thank you very much, Priya. Thank you.
I didn't steal it. You're seeing me giving it back.
Proof of transfer.
Questions?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know what you would ask, but if you got some, go for it. No.
No?
Dead
Yes?
room.
No?
All
Okay.
right. I'll escort myself off.
Okay, thank you very much. Ciężko mi. Dziękuję. Bardzo dobrze. Oh. Oh. Ah. Oh yeah. Right. Yeah, I'll just announce you. And so, it's been a while since this guy's been on stage. Actually, 1 year. It was, because here's the organizer of SteamFest. HiveFest. No, I just saw on my own computer, it still has a SteamFest sticker, so I'm gonna burn it after the event. Now, so I want to invite up the stage the organizer of HiveFest Rosarito, Mexico, Matt, while I will charge up his presentation. Please come on the stage, Matt. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, RP. Go burn that steam. Hello, everybody. Hello. It's always fun following Krimi after a talk, because she's so good. And it's been a very stressful year, and like Krimi and a lot of other people have been through a lot, and I think it's been a hardening process, and we're all going to come out of it better, that's for sure. So I'm going to talk a little bit about various things that we're doing in our team. We've got 4 major projects that we're looking after. And I want to go through this very quickly to give you an update, and then we're going to talk about HBD, because we really think that HBD is a stable coin, as a non-KYC, non-custodial, permissionless, feeless stable coin that you can earn from blogging and pay into businesses, is one of Hive's many superpowers. And I think the crypto world is yet to understand the incredible power of such a technology. It's also way more liquid than we all think it is as well. There's way more than 20 million on the market if you really need it. So, let me begin. Let's talk a little bit about 3Speak. Can I do that? Good old Vultec. Where's Vultec? Is he there? He's probably doing some business deals with VSC already. There he is. So Vultec and his team have worked for probably 3 years or so on 3Speak. And helping with the back end. We're more focused on the back end. The front end suffers, and I know a lot of people are annoyed at the user experience on 3Speak. But it's the back end that we want to provide. You see Xency implementing 3Speak technology. You see Leo Finance implementing 3Speak technology. That's what we want to see. We want to be able to provide people the ability to have video access without needing to do all the crazy shit that we had to do to get it ready. We've got a new front end coming out. It's been worked on for a while, and then we kind of realized that if we get delisted from Binance, we have an issue with liquidity. So we've wanted to figure out a way to build a BTC Hive liquidity pool, and that's kind of where some of the origins of VSC came from. So Vultec got distracted off building the front end, and he's been building something which is far more important, in my opinion, which is VSC. So a little bit of a delay on the front end, but it's coming. It's coming soon, and it's modern, and it's nice, and it's going to put 3Speak back at the forefront of video apps. Don't you love it when you click the screen like that, when the pointer's actually over there? Speak Network. Let's see if I can get this to come. It's missing some text there. But anyway, Speak Network. Speak Network is really where we focus a lot of our energy in 3Speak. It's the back end of file storage. Joel just talked about working with Filecoin. Speak Network, SPK Network, is funded by the community of Hive. The tokens were dropped back to the community of Hive, and it's owned by the community. There's no ICO, no pre-mine, no company behind it, so it's a truly neutral, distributed protocol for file storage. And so this helps us. Of course, you can't store videos on a blockchain, so we use the Speak Network to store and distribute and back up 3Speak's videos, but it doesn't stop at videos. You can store software, you can store anything you can store on an IPFS node. And it basically pings the IPFS node randomly. If you're running an IPFS node and storing on the Speak Network, it pings it randomly, and if you've got the file that you say you have, you receive some rewards. So it's a way for you to monetize your spare storage space on your computer or your spare drive that you're running. So this is store to earn, right? So you can store files, you can help other people with your spare storage space that you've got sitting around if you need to, and you can earn money in the protocol for proving that you're storing the files that you say you're storing. So we're hopefully going to start rolling this out now. It's in the final phases of testnet. I think on the 22nd, we've got an AMA, a final AMA, for any of the testers that have been testing Speak Network to finish the last little bits of setting up a node. We've got that down as easy as possible now. Running it, storing files on it, and receiving some test tokens from the protocol before we finally go live in the next couple of months. And then we'll be building that into 3Speak. Anyone that's running an image hosting service or an image hosting server for their apps will be able to now pass that responsibility on to their community members and let them store the content on your behalf. And hopefully we'll see what the economics balance out at, but hopefully it should be cheaper than paying a centralized storage system because it's members of your community that are going to be doing it on your behalf instead. So Speak Network, very exciting, looking forward to it. Store to earn is the key thing there. Yeah. Next thing we've got is breakaway communities. So the XNC presentation was excellent. And you might notice in a second when I show you what we've done. And the cool thing about open source technology and funding it from a DAO, like they're doing on XNC, is that guys like us and anyone here can copy that technology and use it for themselves in a slightly different application. So all we are able to provide people with front ends so that they can spin up their own front ends and their own platforms with almost no, if not any, dev experience at all. So you can now have your own platforms running, your own Web3 enabled platforms, with very little input from the dev side, because we just take a fork of XNC and run it specifically for a community on Hive. So these are community-based social platforms that you can spin up for yourselves and have your own sovereignty and independence. So this is what one looks like. So it's very similar to XNC. We've got 11 breakaway communities operating at the moment. This is one for Aliento. This is one for Spend HBD, which we'll go into in a second. Spend HBD is incentivizing the spending of HBD. So there's your breakaway communities. Hold on one second. Something that's really cool, and I've seen other people working on this as well at HiveFest. Nathan Sen, who's not here at the moment, but he's an avid developer on Hive, has built a system where you can sign a transaction with your Bitcoin wallet, and you can hash that transaction and make a new Hive wallet and put the hash in the header of the Hive wallet. So it means that those two wallets are the same user. So what's going to happen here with these breakaway communities is you have something like the One Bitcoin Club, right? You associate your Bitcoin account with your Hive account, you log in, and if you've got more than one Bitcoin, you can post, right? If you're a member of a Bitcoin ordinal community, you can post. If you haven't got the ordinal, you can't post. And then we can use proof of brain to distribute tokens to these people. If you have a certain amount of Bitcoin in your account or a certain amount of Dash maybe in your account, you can receive a token drop. And then from that base token, you can lock them in and start voting for your peers and voting for their content and distributing tokens to all these different blockchains now. These are social tokens on social front ends, and Hive has the technology to do it. All we've done now is just associate the different blockchain accounts with the Hive account, and away we go. So this should be very interesting going forward. I'm really looking forward to this. Next one. Does it work? Brings me on to Distriator. For some reason, my text isn't showing up. Maybe I just colored it in black. It's there. You can see it. It's just black. So Distriator, if you could go, Roland, to the feed, the Hive blog feed. So this started about a year ago, just under a year ago. We realized that we could upvote people for documenting that they're spending the HBD stablecoin in shops. And I want to give a massive shout out to Edmundo Charan and Jon Snow in Venezuela. Hopefully you guys are watching. They've done so much work to onboard businesses in Hive. It cannot be understated. They are incredible. And they've done it before there was any incentive. They just went in and said, hey, do you want a stablecoin? Do you want to accept a stablecoin? Most businesses say, no, I'm not interested. I don't even know what that means. But these guys have convinced like 70 businesses in Sucre in Venezuela to onboard, just based off receiving a stablecoin that they probably don't really even understand much. So they've done it. They've started us off. And so now we can spend HBD in businesses that we mine from blogging with no bank, right? This is a big deal. So this is the feed. These are just people. It's constant now. There's so many blogs and people making videos, filming themselves spending HBD. So we did an initiative which said, if you film yourself spending HBD and scanning the QR code with V for V app, with Hive Keychain Store, you guys are badasses, we're going to vote you. We're going to use our stake to vote you, and other whales have followed. So now you've got a situation where people are spending HBD. Maybe they're spending $5. They're filming it, and they're getting $40 of upvotes. This is an injection of money into the local economy. So people are ending up with a surplus of cash that they can recycle and respend. So this is a way to fairly, with good documentation, inject money into communities. And it's happening. Right now we are doing this. So then we kind of sat down and we figured, well, if people are blogging and they're making money, why don't we just do this? Why don't we effectively make the blogging process, the documentation process, as simple as possible so that people can just spend, take 2 photos, upload the photos to Chain, and then receive an instant discount in liquid HBD. So that's what Distriate is trying to do. And if you think about the principle of it, crypto has a big problem with distribution because it distributes mostly to miners. These are very highly skilled computer tech guys, right? There's a limited number of them. And they get the fresh crypto, and then people have to work for them, especially with Bitcoin, to then earn their Bitcoin. Or go trade it and take some risk, which I don't want to do. Well, Distriator and the distribution of discounts and cashback for spending these currencies is another way to mine these tokens. But the difference is that we have grandmothers in Venezuela using this technology. Everyone can spend, everyone. That's something that we all do at some point in our lives, right? We spend. So instead of running an infrastructure and being a highly skilled person and receiving the fresh crypto, now technology like this allows you to spend, take 2 photos, and receive crypto, right? And if you think about it, when you spend, and you know it's a real business, and the reason that we know they're real businesses is because there's people on the blockchain of Hive, they've got years of reputation built up that they're putting on the line when they say this is a real business, right? I put my reputation behind the fact that this is a real business and this is their actual Hive account. Now you can give them discounts. You can give the clients discounts. If they lie about that, they lose far more than the value of their account. The value of the reputation is so much more than the value of the money in your account in many, many cases, except for block trades. So what are we doing? We've got a moment in time. It's a real spend into a real business. You've got on the blockchain, you've got a timestamp. You've got the amount spent. If I have got knowledge of that moment, I want to send it as much crypto as possible. That's a valuable moment. And we've got photos to back it up, right? And it's on the blockchain. That's where we want to send mining rewards to. Everywhere. It can be everywhere, right? And that's just if they have a Hive account. It gets better. So this is a map of South America. We're trying to target South America because there's currency volatility issues there. A lot of people want the dollar. They want dollar value. Joel mentioned earlier. Businesses don't want Bitcoin. It's too volatile. They want a stable currency. Maybe later, maybe in 50 years, 100 years, 10 years, who knows? They'll use Bitcoin as their stable value if it ever stabilizes. But in the in-between, however long that's going to be, they want stable value. And if they can get their hands on a KYC-less, instant, in my opinion, infinite liquidity stablecoin, that's HBD. So just 1 second, go back. So you can see here, this is Sucre in Venezuela. So this is Edmundo Charon and Jon Snow's work. They've absolutely smashed it. We're doing a little bit up here in Tijuana. You've got Alex Rourke in Guatemala who's doing a little bit. And then it's starting to grow in Brazil. Skate Hive community in Brazil are using this regularly. They get discounts for haircuts over there. I'm telling you, it's amazing. And Argentina's starting to grow. We've got a little bit of presence in Colombia as well. In all, there's about 300 businesses on Hive. There's even one here in Croatia, which Lewis and Eric, his brother, onboarded. So we're going to go to there later today. And if you have HBD, you can buy a coffee and get a discount. We're going to go about 5 o'clock. It's not far from here. If you don't have HBD, let me know and I'll send you some. And you'll be able to buy some coffee and get a discount. Actually use crypto in the real world on a feeless stablecoin. It's amazing. Okay, next one. Could you just play one of the videos? Yeah, hopefully this works. Because this is real. I mean, you take my word for the moment, but we've got video of this. And it's constant all day, every day at this point. I just want to show people what these guys are doing to document the fact that they're spending real crypto. This is a workshop. Anyone can run a workshop. If you onboard people, you get paid every time that person that you onboarded claims. If you onboard a business, you get paid every time the business claims, or someone buys in that business and claims. So it's a way to reward people for creating value in the network. This is a workshop going on. If you could pop to another one, Roland. He's working on it, he's good. All right, so if it's not working, it's okay. This is yesterday, this is people buying bracelets off us yesterday. So 50 cents bracelets, original from Venezuela, because the bracelets are very popular over there. They do a lot of the Hive marketing in South America with these bracelets. And it's great because you can go give the bracelet, sell it to the person that you just onboarded for 50 cents, and give them a discount. It costs you basically nothing, and you demonstrate this tech working in the events, in the conferences. This is another workshop that was being run by Jon Snow. And when all these people that Jon Snow onboarded, he gets paid every time they spend, right? This is just super cool to see people taking this up. Okay, we can jump to the next slide, please. Thank you, Roland. So this is Distriator. And I took some time the other day to add all of you in this room as trusted guides, because we can see what you look like. And so you can't mess around. And also because you're genuine people, because you're actually here, right? It's like, we want to work with these types of people. So you're all in the system. And you should all be able to see, if you go to Distriator and click on the burger menu, you should see businesses, and then you can click in the bottom corner on the plus button, and you can add your own businesses. So you can go approach businesses now and tell them they can get discount system, and then you can tell them a little bit about Hive, and all of a sudden you have the power to give their clients discounts, right? So we've got that right now. And we've got a little competition ongoing. If anyone else onboards businesses, you'll probably get a little prize. Next slide. So this is a couple of graphs that are also inside of Distriator that you can go see. And this is where it gets interesting, in my opinion. So this is the top rewarded consumers. As you can see, this is my second account, Pro Content, and I'm not even the top. There's other people that are kicking my ass. This is Emily from Venezuela. She uses it all the time in her gym, and this is based on claims. So she's claimed in the last month, she's claimed $35 off her purchases in her gym. Mined from the Hive blockchain with documented evidence and content and photos to back it all up with timestamps and transactions on chain. That's me. This is someone from Poland, from Królestwo. Are the Królestwo guys in the room? There they are. You guys are pioneers in this, I'm telling you. These guys absolutely kick ass at Distriator. Their community uses this, and I'll show you something in a second that I think will blow your mind, that Distriator is starting to bring people back to spending HBD and thinking about spending instead of holding HBD as a hedge. Next slide, please. Oh, is that? Yeah. Top businesses. That's Królestwo, I think. So they're like kicking everyone's ass, like they're double the size. But you've got all these, you've got Icono Quesos, which means economic cheeses in Spanish. And they're very popular. And there's about 5 or 6 other businesses that do a decent amount of business because HBD is incentivized. And you'll see in a minute that the HBD incentivization has caused business to uptick again. If you go to the next one. This is a quick map of some of the spends in the system. So this is the date. We've done it backwards, so bear with me. But this is earlier in the year. This is early July, and this is sort of start September. And you can see that as people have been incentivized by HBD, these spikes are the workshops, right? So these spikes are people running workshops. And then you see after the workshops, there's considerably more volume of spending going on. So this is working. This is causing people to spend HBD. And not only is it causing people to spend HBD, but it's causing them to buy more HBD so they can spend it and get discounts, right? So it's very interesting. What's this one? Claims. Top consumer onboarders. So these people are the accounts currently that onboarded people that use Distriator, so they're getting paid. So you see OCD onboarded quite a few people in Hive, so they get paid every time those people claim. And if those people onboard people, they get paid every time people claim. Top business onboarders. So these are people that have
onboarded businesses, and they get paid every time there's a claim in a business. So you see these guys here, these are the guys that did Sucre. These are the guys that all work together on Sucre, so they're like kicking everyone's ass on rewards because most of the spending is happening in Sucre at the moment. But you can see other people as well. So last couple of slides here. I want to show you the uptick in spending. So this diamond represents when they started using Distriator. So you can see Econokezos, they're having a downtrend with the falling Hive price, I presume people not getting as many rewards. And then as soon as Distriator came out, this is last month, and this is September, which isn't even finished yet. So this should be up here somewhere. So you can see a noted turn in the spending in these shops. Kumano Makeup, same thing, a drop in the spending, and then all of a sudden Distriator comes out and people start using it. Same thing here for Holo Supercenter. Massive month, almost record month, at least for the last 9 months. And then this month isn't finished yet. So people are spending HBD for real. Last slide. 2 more businesses here. EcoFit, this is the one where the lady Emily uses it. And you can see this is where Distriator came out. And boom, spending goes through the roof. And this one, do you know what this one is? This is Krollerstore. So this is where Distriator came out. And their community were like, we can get discounts for spending in this place. And it just went whoo, like that. And so it's wonderful to see. So I think that's, maybe I've got one more slide, I think. Oh, another black one. I've got no idea what's on this. What was I going to finish with? We want to build this out. The thing's in alpha. A few of you tried it yesterday. It's not perfect. It's buggy. But we've spent the last 4 months or so building it. So this is how quickly you can take an app from nothing to something on Hive in 4 months where people are adopting it across the world now. We need to take it into a complete phase, which is the next phase. We're just finishing the alpha. It'll take us about 2 more months to get all the features in there. And then we're going to go look for people to help us build a nice, pretty front end and see if we can get any more type of help. One of the problems with it is potentially if it grows too quickly, you get liquidity issues because we've only got so much HBD. So we might be approaching some whales to help us fund this. Distriator is neutral. We make no money from it. It's open source. You can copy it and make your own version of it if you want, where you can make money from it. But I'm trying to keep this neutral for the chain. So we might take some money out to fund some of the developers, but the rewards that are coming into the Distriator account, we're going to put it all back in. So one of the great things is with those charts that we can see who the most active users are. We can see who the best businesses are. We can see who are onboarding the most people. So any surplus rewards we get, we can give those as prizes to those people to further incentivize them. Yeah, this is the links. I didn't want anyone to see that one. So that's, in a nutshell, that's it. We've got the coffee at 5 o'clock. If anyone wants to know where it is, these are the men that were responsible for onboarding them. So anything that goes wrong, it's their fault. But if you don't have HBD, come anyway. I'll get you some HBD and we'll get a coffee and show you real crypto in the real world being used and the advantages that come with it because it's so freaking cool. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. Super awesome. Maybe some questions for Matt about Distriator or how to onboard? Yes.
I do want to add one more thing I've forgotten.
I also have one question. Okay, you go first.
One thing I forgot. With the Bitcoin thing that we did with breakaway communities where you can log in effectively with your Bitcoin account and associate a Bitcoin account with a Hive account, you can do the same thing with Distriator. So you could spend Bitcoin, and because you've got a Hive account associated, you take two photos on a Bitcoin interface, and then it sends HBD to your account. So now we can start integrating other currencies, right? We can integrate Ethereum, which the VSC guys have already done, so that shouldn't be too hard to do. We can integrate Dash, any currency, so you can spend in your native crypto that you use, and you can take 2 photos on your interface, and you can receive HBD to your Hive account because we have the association mechanism. So that potentially, that combined with breakaway communities, being able to drop tokens to all these different communities that have digital footprints existing, that really could be a serious onboarding mechanism for Hive and put Hive everywhere.
Okay, so I was curious, what is the Econokezos cheeses? Is it
I'm
cheeses?
Sure. Yes, it's Kezoses. cheeses.
Kezos, okay. And
economic cheeses.
So where does the money come from?
That's a good question. The economics of the system are, we're all familiar with Hive, that you blog, you get rewards, after 7 days they clear from the chain, and they come partly powered up and partly liquid HBD into your account. That's a normal blog. So what we did is we realized, well, we're sending these people money anyway via Spend HBD by upvoting them. Why not send them instant HBD, liquid, and then with our stake and other people's stake that are getting involved in this, upvote the blog and put a 60% beneficiary on the blog that goes back to our account. So we basically delay our reward and give people instant rewards. Yeah, is that clear?
Yeah, totally. Super epic. Mega epic, actually. Very great. Yeah, I mean, it's what it's about, right? We've got a super fast blockchain, and it will be super awesome to see people utilize it as a payment system. That was the original idea, right?
Yeah, I mean, it will incentivize hodlers to stop being hodlers, right? We'll get Bitcoin being spent.
I have a question. Who determines the parameters of the whole system generally? Like, why is, like, who determines the 60% beneficiary or the cashback percentage and so on? And what is the reason for those values?
So whoever's running the front end can determine it. So if you run your own version, you can determine your own parameters. We've set it at 60% initially because we're advocating people to use secondary accounts. Don't use your main account too much to spend HBD if you're documenting it and claiming rewards, because you don't want to get $40 upvotes if you're a popular creator on 2 photos, for example. But you can use a secondary account, and then you won't get too many upvotes. And what it means is that we can use our stake to upvote it by $1 or $2, right? And then we take 60% beneficiaries of that, and that covers most of the discounts. Most of the discounts we're paying are between 50 cents and $4. And we cap the assumed spend at $15. And if you spend more than $15, we just assume the spend is $15. So it means we don't empty our HBD account too quickly. And currently we've set it at 60% just because we're assuming that most of those blogs are going to be on secondary accounts, and they're going to be making between $2 and $5 worth of upvotes. So that should cover most of our costs in the liquid HBD that we send. But it's a work in progress, really. We've pulled the numbers out of the air. And so we're just going to see how it goes. As long as the money that's coming into the beneficiary account is more or less equal to the money that's going into the community via liquid HBD, it's a neutral process. And if there's any surplus because the beneficiaries are too high, for example, some people do post with their main blogs and get big rewards, and then we get a vast majority of that via the beneficiary. You can see the account. The account is distriated.bene, B-E-N-E. You can go see it. It's there. We haven't taken any money out of it yet, but we will power it down soon and start giving those rewards back to the community as prizes for being the people who do the most in the community. So we're not planning on taking anything out. And if it ends up that 60% is too high, we will lower it. And hold us to account on that, please. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Matt. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
See you at 5 for a coffee, which is a weird time for a coffee. Do they serve anything else?
Maybe.
Okay, great.
Alcoholic beverages as well, if you need.
No, non-alcoholic for me today. But thank you. Thank you very much, man.
All right. Thank you. Thank
you.
you.
Yeah. Cheers. So, the Hive blockchain, as you saw in the video Gandalf put up yesterday as a backdrop for the first panel, is a very active developer-wise, right? Many commits, many sub-projects going on at the same time. So that's not being done by one person, but there's a whole group of back-end developers who are not all here, by the way, responsible for that. But developers tend to be, or I don't want to be generalizing, but, well, they tend to be maybe a little, as well, some person told me, maybe a little bit asparagus or a little bit, well, have these specific spectrums, right? So there's one person who's trying to keep that whole group together of a part of the backend developers, nowadays going by the name the BDevs. And her name is Ola, and she's trying to tell a little bit more about what these guys and girls are doing in the backend to make sure you have the most epic blockchain to work, blog, and develop upon. So please, Olga, join me on the stage. Ola, please join me on the stage. Hi, Ola. Alexandra. Thank you. I'm going to put up your presentation. Yeah, you're on.
Wow, it's really big letter. It's hard to read. Okay, how to increase the value of the Hive platform? But I mean the value, not the price. I'm here today to tell you about software that we create that can solve your problems, maybe save your time and money, and software that can help you, but you don't know about it. Okay. I represent the group of 30 developers. We are from Poland. And we are working with Witnesses, the block trades, and GTG. And we are involved in many projects that are in Hive. For example, in Hive, the Postgres database that contains almost everything. HiveMind, database for social. Dancer, the new version of Condenser. Balance Tracker, Dance Tools Framework, Block Explorer, Clive, a new wallet, and free libraries, Wax, Beekeeper, and Work&Bee. Today, I would like to share with you information about some of our projects, about Block Explorer, Clive, and libraries, Wax and Worker.Bee. It is type recorder. When you record or play, the type is spinning and sounds is recorded or play. If you want to play song by song, it's worked quite good. But if you want to find the beginning of your favorite song, somewhere in the middle type, it's not easy, right? So it's the same with the blockchain, because it's like the linked blocked, and it's really hard to find something there. And this is what is our first project. This is Block Explorer. This is internet application who allows you to search for blocks, transaction, accounts. As you can see on the screen, the application is divided into few parts. On the left-hand side, there are general information like the block numbers, current witness, information about the blockchain, about Hive properties. On the right-hand side, there is the list of the witnesses. In the middle, there is the information about last 20 produced blocks. You can see who produced the block and what operation are inside. This is a visualization with colors. But the most powerful part is in the below. This is the search. Okay. So you can search for block. You can search for accounts and information related to account, and search also for comment and comment-related information. It's not allowed only for the searching for the block base, like last blocks, the range of the blocks, but it also allows for the time-based searching, for example, for the operation from last week, last day, last month. And there is also additional filter, like operation types. You can see here operation that are grouped. For example, there are market operation, posting operation, transaction operation, witness operation. You can select the operation that you want to find. And it's not only normal operation, it also contains the virtual operation. So, for example, I would like to know who voted for my post. And I can find it. I can select that I want to search last 100,000 blocks. I select the operation type votes. and the author of the post is Debbie Devs. And when I click the search, here below you can see the list of the blogs that contains this information. There is also account page that contains all information related to account. On the left-hand side, you can see account information like voting power, resource credit, also your financial information like your wallet. In the middle, there is a range. You can also select, like in the previous view, you can select the blocks or times. And below, there is the list of operation. In this yellow panel, you can filter based on the operation. And example, I can search for the 25th of August to 28th of August. I select the operation transfer. As you can see, there is a result. There is a transfer I made. And then when I click on it, you can see the transaction details. There is information what kind of operation was in the transaction, the details of the operation, and details of the transaction, like transaction ID, block number, and so on. So this is a block explorer. As you could see, it's really great search, advanced filters. It works very quickly because it is based on the Postgres database Hive. It's really easy to use, easy to search. It has clear representation of data. It's really easy to navigate. You can use it. The links will be, I will tell you later. Next project that I want to share with you is our new wallet, Clive. All blockchain has its own wallet that, in case of Hive, it's the CLI wallet. It's very interesting tool, but it's really required being super user to use it. And we are working on the new wallet. It's Clive. This is how it looks like. It is a desktop application. It is terminal, but it is clickable. You can use it by mouse click. Here it is the dashboard. You can see the list of the tracked accounts. And for each account, you can see the information related to this account. For example, the balance information, resource credit, voting. There is also information that there are free alarms. This is something new for the wallet, for CLI wallet. When I click on these alarms, I can see the list of the alarm related to the account. Alarm inform users about some really important things that happen to the account, like about the security reason, if someone run the recovery account process or want to change the owner key. If something happened frequently, for example, in case of recurrent transfer, there is only one operation, but the transfer are repeated. And also something that is important because it's about your influence, for example, about the governance. So if your governance vote expired or you have no governance vote, there is also alarm about it. So when I click on the last alarm, we can see the general information about the alarm, like details, why you see this alarm, how to fix it. So what should you do to fix it? And action. You can decide that this is not important and mark it as a harmless, or you can go to governance and vote. Okay. And I want to say one more. This is terminal, yes. So this is the list of the witnesses. And here you can just click and vote for the witnesses do you want to. So let's sum up. Clive is a new wallet that we are working in. This is a desktop application. It has two modes to it, test-based user interface. This is what I showed you before. So you can just click on it. And has also CLI version. And in the CLI version, you can use it as a cold wallet. It has all-in-one. It will contain all operation that required active or owner key. It has good representation of data because you can see everything in, for example, in the TUI version. And it also has this alarm system that will inform you if something wrong happened with your account. It's not only for the power user. It's look maybe a little bit scary, but you need only Docker, and you can try to do it. Yeah. The next okay. Yeah. 28. Blockchain developer. Maybe you know about it. I guess some of you know that development in the Hive, not only Hive, but in every blockchain is really hard. So we have something that believe that can help you. We are working on the library. This is Wax library that simplifies working with Hive. Beekeeper that helps that manage a key, and worker bee. This is library dedicated to create bots. So how many lines of code do you need to create a bot? 10, 100, 5. With our, of course, new library, worker bee. So first you need to import the library, then you create the bot, then you start the bot, then you create the observer. In this case, we want to know when the account GTG will have full mana bar. And then there is the result. We want to know when it's happened. Looks easy, right? Okay, so the next question. This is about Wax, our another library. How difficult is to write a transaction with post and vote operations inside? So what you need to know? You need to know what fields are in the operation, post and vote. Then you need to create a transaction, retrieve some data, then create the transaction, sign it, and broadcast it. Sounds not easy. But with Wax, it's not so hard. I have video for it. Okay, so first there is some imports, and then everything starts. Okay, we create the operation. As you can see, everything is selected from the drop-down list, like author, title, body. Person. And we push this operation. Then, as you see, there is a drop-down list, and you can select all operations that are available in the Hive. Everything is also very good documented. You see that there are also information about everything that's happened here. Then we sign the operation, and finally the transaction ID will be right in the console. So let's sum up. This is really easy to use. As you could see, it has really good IDE support. It is really good documented. And it has everything what developers dream about. I mean, encapsulation, completeness, extensibility, well object-oriented design. And what's more, it is designed for developers, by developers, because we use this library. And we really encourage you to use them too. I told you before about our project, the Dancer, new version of the condenser, use 3 of our libraries, Worker Bee, Beekeeper, and Wax. Clive use Beekeeper for store the key, private key, and Wax. The Block Explorer use Wax and have the Postgres database. This is all. Thank you. All information, all links, resources will be in the post, and I really encourage you to look there and check maybe there is something that you really need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions, guys? Yes, Brian?
No, I want to drink something. Find me there later, okay?
Oh, okay, all right, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're just gonna put up, thanks a lot, some chairs because we've got a panel, the future of crypto, and in there is Joel. Yes, you know about the future because it's not all about projects, but it's also about the vision, and now we continue with the vision, but you're not alone because Detlef will be moderating, of course. Detlef? Oh, thank you. I had some chairs specifically waiting here, so we didn't have to destroy the setup. But yeah, it's okay, totally fine. But I was prepared. But Starkey, where are you at, mate? Please join me. Starkey. Yes, there you are. And yeah, there are more people. Detlef, who else is on your panel? It's on my agenda. Blocktrace is, and Vaultek is as well, I thought. Faulty? Yes, great to have you here. All right. So without further ado, I found the owner of the Bombfest. Yes, here he is. Look. I don't want to be generalizing, but he does look like a terrorist. There you go.
Totally inappropriate. Are we passing the mic? I'll hog it. Hodl the mic. Hodl the mic. It's custodial. It's custodial mic wallet. Yeah, we'll open a channel and pass it, yeah.
Lovely to have you all here. And we will talk about the crypto's present, future, and even more the challenges. I already had a few questions today about challenges we might see in future. So carrying chairs is exhausting, sorry for that. What do you believe is the most significant impact cryptocurrency had on the financial or tech landscape so far? So overall question.
I feel like maybe... Yeah.
Yeah, you can all say something on that, but I can also say, I think the most important thing it's done is sort of open source finance, where in the past, everything was very controlled. There was like secret, and for example, I live about an hour or so drive from Bretton Woods, where they did the big secret conference up there, the bankers and everything. There's yeah, the old world of doing things was just everything's secret and quiet. We know better than you. We're, you know, the decision makers or whatever. Not to say that in crypto that kind of stuff doesn't happen, but the fact that the very first successful cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, entirely open source, and then instantly thousands of copies just come out. People just doing something with the code, people improving on it, people then taking everything. So now it's like the standard that like these are public blockchains that are open source, and that's what finance is. And now we already have, you know, nation states and big banks and things like that already starting to adopt as like a value standard something that's built on open source technology. I mean, there's so many other things, but just the fact that closed financial systems to open financial systems, I think is that just first big change.
Well, I think the biggest challenge for me may be talking on the second day of a HiveFest.
What happened?
I think the music might have been too loud yesterday, last night, and I continued to try to talk.
Nice challenge.
But I think what he said is correct. You actually see it even in the banking industry. They have actually opened up more in ways that, you know, most people probably don't know, but there's like open API standards now that they're trying to introduce to try to, so you can get information from a bank with the public API, and this is in the past was very you had to pay special amounts of money to get access to very specialized systems, and, you know, it was out of reach of normal developers, and so the banking industry is paying attention to this. They're not ignoring this at all.
Thank you. Luckily, I probably deserve to have a voice more like yours after what we did last night. So, to me, as a non-dev, testing. I'm losing my voice even on the mic. Hopefully it stays. Okay. So, to me, as a non-dev, non-technical person, you know, crypto's given me hope. You know, like I think most people can see that without crypto, as long as the crypto is done, I'll take this. Censorship at HiveFest, incredible. As long as the crypto is decentralized properly, i.e. no ICO, no pre-mine, no foundation, no company, no strange VC capital at the start that's not, where the interests aren't aligned with the community and they're using the community members as exit liquidity and then that's regulatable by the government. Like, as long as you stay away from those things, which is rare in crypto, unfortunately, but if you manage to stick to those things, and a few other things, I think we all know on Hive how we defended against attacks in the past and how we've got a set of principles that we all stick to on Hive that seem to be keeping us working. I think Dash is fairly similar as well, and certainly Joel has similar principles to us here, so you're amongst friends. It means we can actually build a system that's parallel. It's parallel to their system. And, you know, if we didn't have that, they would be able to restrict our lives. And it's fairly clear that's where it's trying to go. I feel it. I think most other people feel it. And so, great. Now we have a parallel system that doesn't judge you for who you are. It allows you to transact regardless of who you are. It's regulated by the community members that operate those systems, not by centralized corruptible parties. And so now we have hope that we can transact in the future, and we can have freedom and freedom of speech. And if nothing else, I hope it acts as a check and balance to the current system on its totalitarian path. And it just makes it check and go, well, if we're too strong, that everyone's just going to leave to this other parallel economy. So we better not get too crazy. And that's hope to me. So let's keep doing that.
Let's go to the next question. We talk a lot about true decentralization. But if you look to many other blockchains, they are not really there. They are having a lot of central services and so on. So what are the biggest obstacles of preventing true decentralization?
There's a bit about that is just the technology aim. Like with kind of, you know, more layer 2 approaches that may, you know, geared around sequencers and all this kind of like isolated layer between what is the layer 1 and layer 2. And that definitely puts in some restrictions there around if it can be decentralized and how decentralized as it looks and, you know, the kind of participation. The truth is that a majority of the layer 2s on Ethereum operate through centralized multisigs that are owned by only the corporations that run those layer 2s. And so they're essentially just money extractors of people who are, you know, collecting from the fees. And you can say that's maybe a bit of the technology part. It's also sort of the economic side of things too, but it also does have to do with the tokens as well. You want those to be distributed well, you want people to be able to be participating, and you want to also have an economy that supports that kind of decentralization. And those models that are built solely economic should be geared towards you know, ensuring that it continues to stay decentralized and stay operating under those core principles.
Yeah, so how do we keep things decentralized? Very long topic. One thing I would point out, though, is the first thing we have to do is try. And I think we used to try as a crypto space as a whole. I think everyone, the Bitcoin standard, which, you know, I'm not talking about the money thing, the actual decentralization standard set by Bitcoin in the early days is something that a lot of projects aspired to, and then a lot more afterwards tried to pretend they were aspiring to. And now you have a lot of projects that just don't care to pretend. They're just like, no, we'll do a completely VC run everything as long as it's a permissionless blockchain that anyone can use, that's fine. It's fine until it isn't, right? There's so many ways, so many nuances of how we get this done, and I think that, for example, you know, decentralized governance, good token distribution, things like that are very important, but the number one thing is just to care. And I think that we will have a time when we have a lot of these big, like the fact that the ETH L2 example, there's so many of these, I think 95% of their users, if I was going to just make up a number that completely doesn't make sense, 95% of the users have no idea they're using essentially a company. Like they just think, oh, I'm using Ethereum, I'm using the decentralized blockchain, and it's not at all, and almost no one says it. And then you have people like, for example, my friend Justin Bonds always posting on X and saying about this stuff. You have a lot of unsuspecting people saying, no, that's not true, it's decentralized, and then they point out about, and then you're like, oh. So number one, we just have to stop, you know, actually try and, you know, make even the scammiest elements of the space have to pay lip service to decentralization again. Make decentralization again great again, I guess.
I just had a idea. Is there a decentralization overview register?
I want to get into that.
You want to get into it?
Yeah.
Okay, so to answer the original question, which was answered by these guys too, but I'm going to give a slightly different answer. I think it's really two things. First of all, the code has to be open source, and second of all, it has to be low enough cost that anyone can run it. So at that point, you don't have to trust that one guy because there's other people who will be running the same software. You can run it yourself, and then there's no way that you have to depend on one company anymore. But that's often, especially the cost becomes an issue because a normal person may not be able to run that service.
No fat nodes. Eh? Agreed, these guys have answered it really well. I don't know if everyone's aware, but Dan and I ran a podcast called CTT Podcast for a couple of years, and we have 120 episodes, each 2 hours long. And we effectively talk about the decentralization issue and why it's not being done properly in the industry. And we go into great detail. So what we decided to do last year was effectively write a kind of dictated audio book. And it took us a long time to just write the contents page because we went through systematically everything you need to see in place, one item before the other, such that you can get to decentralized governance and then the implications of that in the future. So we actually deconstructed it from our experience with the Steam Hive takeover, from using Hive for so long and being quite battle hardened. We're not the smartest guys in the room, but we're certainly some of the most principled people as Hive. And certainly on this panel. And so Dan and I went through this, and we've got 9.5 hours of recorded video that we've uploaded to Hive. It's under the account Network State. And it's an audio book where if you're a newbie or you're relatively advanced, you can listen to this and it will reinforce what these ideas are. It goes through in great detail everything that we think needs to be in place. We don't claim to be experts. I'd love to have contributions from anyone else in the comments on these things. Someone is creating a written book using AIs that they're basically going through and getting the transcript and summarizing it. So we're looking for someone to actually finish writing the actual written book. And we think it could become a standard. We'd love to have additions from other people. And I think it's fairly clear at this point, if you look at the way Hive's run and the history of Hive, it gives you a very clear path as to what decentralization actually is. And then you can learn this stuff from listening to Network State audio files on Hive and have a chance at going back at these people on Twitter and giving them a run for their money, because they need it. They really need it.
Okay, we talk a little bit about the present, future, and challenges. So going to the future of crypto, and we already had a little talk about regulations. What, if you look 5 years ahead, do you see, or where do you see crypto? Will it be part of our everyday life, or will it still remain largely speculative?
I don't want to have a...
What I would like to see, before we even get to the talk about like if it will be part of our everyday lives, the first thing that we need to tackle is making it very easy to use and making it similar to things that people already understand. In crypto, we have kind of this mindset that everything has to be a certain way. It has to be, you know, when you go to your, as a user, to figure out what's going on with your wallet, you have to go to the Block Explorer, and that's, you know, not the best place for a user to look at for that information. And that's not really a good thing. That does not really jive with normal people, right? And how I kind of see it is like services that are like Lightning and Bitcoin are kind of like the credit card, right? It's a credit card processing system. It's fast. It might not be the best. It might not be, you know, for large amounts of money. But then there's Bitcoin and other systems that are the ACH wire, right? That's a very easy thing to understand for normal people, is that here's the service that is your credit card, and here's the service that is your ACH wire, and whatever other services that might be, you know, like cross-chain wrapping would be like your E-Trade. And you want to kind of make the products around that in crypto to be very centered around those kind of already existing use cases, so that when you show that to an everyday user, they can easily understand that and say, here you can go on this app, you can use it for your investment. It behaves like an investment app. And then here's your bank account, which is also, you know, it feels like a bank account. It's a crypto. It does use crypto, but it is an actual, you know, it feels like a bank account. You can do all the same things as your bank, but it has crypto under the hood and decentralized technology under the hood.
Yeah. So I definitely agree with all that. As far as like the next 5 years, my personal like prediction has been this cycle, which is, you know, this year and the next, you'll start to get like an early and majority adoption curve where you start to get an early group of people, and then the next cycle, so like 5 years from now, will be the early mass adoption, where it's not everyone, but it's a significant number of people, like maybe 1 out of 10 or 20 going to your coffee shop will be paying with crypto every single day. And so I definitely agree about the usability. Like, there's a term I like to use called potato UX, which basically the user experience is potato. It's terrible. It's just like, I don't know where potato came associated, but most crypto is terrible to use. And even the best ones are harder for the average person. There's a little bit of a learning curve, but the user experience is just like I started using more Ethereum-based things in the last year or so, and just juggling the different tokens, which chain are they on? I can't even see my tokens until I manually add it, and I thought, oh, I didn't get paid. Oh wait, never mind, it is there. I just had to add the what's the token contract, and just like the amount of things that people just accept is just kind of crazy. So I think the user experience thing is going to get a massive overhaul as a whole over the next couple of years. The last thing I'll say is the elephant in the room is sort of privacy, where right now everyone does stuff on an open public blockchain because it's pseudonymous, and because honestly no one's using it, no one cares that everything is open. And then you have some sort of niche privacy project. The fact that privacy coined as a term is just crazy to me. It's just like, it's like a clothed person. It's just like, well, shouldn't we all be clothed people in most societies, in most contexts? But just the fact, oh, it's like that small group of the clothed people. It's like, we're not going to get, when mass adoption starts to hit, people are going to start freaking out about how much information is out there publicly accessible that used to be a plaything and now matters. So now then people are going to be like jumping to whatever else, where like, well, I can't believe my entire net worth is there, that some enterprising barista can put into a quick little, not even just Block Explorer, but like a easy, you know, trackru.ai or whatever, that just finds all their stuff and then just go hit them over the head with a freaking mocha pot or whatever and take all their money. Like, this is not going to work out, and there's a lot of good people working on privacy, thankfully, but it's kind of the thing that I think will take a lot of people in the space by surprise, just how important this gets. Maybe not this year and the next, but in 5 years, I would say.
I'm not going to say much. I like to predict things, I really do, but this is not an area where I think it's very easy to predict it all. So no, I have no idea.
Yeah, okay. I was at a conference in Germany a few months ago, and on a panel we discussed about how many people already have crypto, at least in use. We came to 3 to 8%. But then there was a quite interesting talk from Deutsche Telekom and Vodafone. They said they will be putting some kind of wallets to their SIM card service things around. And this got my attention, and I said, well, it's good or it's bad. I'm not clear, because mass adoption would drive it, but privacy might be different. So any opinion to that?
I mean, yeah, I think I think like solutions like, for example, what Archange is building, where you can set paths out of your crypto wallets, and you know, you can only send a path to these friends of yours, and if someone hijacks you, then you're like, well, we've got to do you know, a 3-week wait before we can do anything to change any of these paths. You know, I think Hive's power up mechanism and the 13-week power down period is a massive security feature, not only to stop exchanges from attacking, but also if you do come into personal problems because of privacy issues. I think building multiple accounts that aren't linked to your own identity is very important as well. And just general practices, I think, and you know, most people in this room, I think, know how to do that stuff. I think it will hit us as a bit of a surprise as well, though, in the next few years. I agree, and we should probably try and get ready. I think it's probably time to open a few more accounts that aren't tied to your names at this point, and start building them and building reputation on them, because they're going to become very useful in the future.
Okay, let's go further. Future technology and innovation. How important do you think interoperability, German, between blockchains will be moving forward, and what are the key challenges in making blockchains communicate efficiently to each other? Sorry, maybe too much beer yesterday.
I'm personally excited for what's coming out of the zero-knowledge proof side of things, because I think it's one of the key technologies that both is very useful for privacy and enabling private payments, but also the cross-chain bridge. And both of those things that we're kind of looking at with our project, at least, and how they're both being used outside of Hive, and also how we could apply those within Hive. So I'm very excited to see more of that, and it's a very complicated topic, and also, you know, very much under research, but it's definitely something that is being done and has very wide implications for both Hive and everywhere else in the space. And I think it's untapped. It's being worked on.
Yeah, I think cross-chain is probably one of the most important things in crypto today, because there's so many different projects doing so many different things, and they're largely siloed, I think. Like, there's not too much of a overall arching crypto community. Some of that's because of the mindset people came in. They didn't come in as user mindset. They came in as semi-zealot investor mindset kind of thing, where people, you know, my coin wins, your coin loses, whatever kind of attitude. But in the end of the day, if you're a user, you want to do things, and you want to use whatever chain will do what you want. There's so many different chains that are so radically different in terms of their architecture and what they can do, that it's hard to do a one chain that does everything. I think over the next 10 years or so, we'll see a coalescing of chains where there will be far fewer that are majorly used. Maybe I'll be wrong about this. You can check out. But I do think that even then, you won't have people using one chain. You'll have them using like 3 or 4 of like the 10 dominant ones. And right now, I mean, the number of different chains that I've used in my personal life over the last year is probably like 30 or more, right? And just it's probably more than that. And yeah, I mean, I think that whoever's building the cross-chain infrastructure for this is going to, I think, win out pretty big. Like, obviously you have like Thorchain is like the more known cross-chain AMM DEX platform, the Maya protocol, and Chainflip, and then Sarai DEX soon, and all of these working together. It's like the fact that all of them together have like the, you know, a fraction of Uniswap's volume shows how early we are still on that, because at some point we're going to have, that's going to be like massive. Now, of course, at some point, if you have to jump 8 different chains to do what you want, you do start to have some efficiency losses. So it's more efficient right now than just not being able to do those 8 other things, or not doing them in a terrible way. But so that's where it'll coalesce over a long period of time. But in the short term, I think we're going to have to, like, you know, juggle a million things. I mean, think about if you use like a payment card of some kind, that's sort of a little bit of a cross-chain interoperability protocol for fiat. Because whether you do it in, like, say, you're in the U.S., you spend dollars, and then you're, oh, let's have a layover in, you know, Copenhagen. Oh, all of a sudden, there you go. And then in, you know, Stockholm, and then now here, and then, like, you know, all of a sudden you have to like interoperate with a whole bunch of different fiat currencies. Now, at some point, you have like the 4x conversion on each of those. So there's that inefficiency in there. And obviously, if everyone was on the one standard, whatever, that would work better. Anyway, I think I'm rambling. Do you think I'm rambling?
No, you are already in final reflections, which is the last part of our discussion. And you touched already a few of the points, because I like to ask you how optimistic you are about the future of crypto in the next 5 to 10 years. We talked about the next 5. Now I like to have you even thinking further in the next 5 to 10 years. And what's one piece you advise you would give to newcomers?
If you're a newcomer and you want to do well in crypto in the future, and you want to use proper education from the few people who actually have stayed principled and maintained decentralized ecosystems, and some that have defended against centralized attacks as well. There's a lot of knowledge there. It's not that well documented, and it's certainly not popular within the ecosystem to speak about, because people are making so much money pumping their bags. If anyone's talking about pumping their bags, stay away from them. You might make some money, but that's not what we're here for. We're here to create as much of a free society as possible in the future. And if you want that, you need to find out where and who the people are that are talking about how to decentralize properly, with a set of principles that they follow. Not because they're telling you, oh, you can come here and make money, but you should be kind of like, you can come here and follow a set of principles that resonate with you, and that it feels right in your stomach, right? We've got this inherent compass within us that we can feel where the freedom is, and it's certainly not on any of the chains that are running ICOs and using you as exit liquidity. Try to avoid that. On the flip side, I think we're going to go to a very strange time over the next 5 years, where Joel touched on it a little bit earlier, but where the regulators, it's a negotiation with society at the moment. And I think, you know, both sides are sort of keeping their hands close to their pockets a little bit, but you can be sure the regulators are going to come in and say, we need to regulate every single thing that you do because it's dangerous. And our response needs to be, well, it's really hard to do that, but we've got a really responsible community that regulates itself, and you can be part of it, and here's how you can benefit. And we follow a set of principles that make it really hard for you to tell us everything, but we can come to this medium compromise here that gives everyone the best situation that they could possibly imagine, and everyone kind of manages to collaborate together. And if we get that wrong, it's going to be a very strange time for people, especially newcomers. If we get it right, we've got a real good shot at freedom for the whole of society. So,
look for projects with vision and a drive to get things done, not just copycats of the same thing.
Yeah. So over the next 10 years, I think, first off, I'm like 80 to 90% bullish in terms of, like, I think that technology is going to change the world in meaningful, positive ways, overwhelmingly. Over, you know, the next 10 years, you're going to have a lot of people using it, like 1 billion or more people touching the technology in some way, benefiting from it in ways they didn't before. And I mean, I think that a lot of how that looks is up to us, but I think it's inevitable already, where it will happen in some way or shape or form. How good of a deal we get out of it is up to us, like as far as like how well structured it is, how much freedom is up to us. The thing that I think that we have to kind of keep an eye on, because this is also inevitable, is that parts of it, a lot of it will actually become much more institutionalized, where you will have nation states running major nodes and mining farms explicitly, not just with some sort of, little bit of a side influence. You will have major banks, like I think that, let's just say, some of the largest validators on whatever network will probably be run by what used to be the big banks. There will be a lot of this, the old system getting into the new system and having their control. It's not going to be the same kind of controls they have now, though, where they just get to flip a switch and just censor you. But we're living in the Wild West times right now. And for those of us insane or lucky enough, depends on your definition, to be heavily involved in the crypto world today, like cherish these moments, because this is our little secret, our little like decentralized fun playground where anything is possible, and we have it for a very short period of time. It's going to be over soon, where then it's going to be grown up, institutionalized, everyone's going to be using it. It's going to be producing way more total net good for the human race than it is today, like exponentially more. It just won't be as free and fun anymore to that degree. It'll be a lot more daily. And there's a little bit of sadness in our ultimate victory in that case, but it's the way things are going.
Well, you might guess if I'm not going to guess 5 years in the future, I'm certainly not going to guess 10 years in the future. But as to advice to new users, I mean, I think Starker's said it best, education. A lot of people are attracted to cryptocurrency because it's easy. It seems to be easy money, right? And always be very careful when approaching easy money, because a lot of easy money is fake money. So understand what it is, really research the project. If you're going to get any serious amount of cryptocurrency, of course, you can buy small amounts of anything and it just doesn't matter. But if you're going to make some kind of major life-changing amount of money involved, understand the system well. And actually, most importantly, it's an old adage, but really learn security involved with keeping your money safe. Make sure that whatever cryptocurrency you decide to get involved with, be sure you understand how to keep your money safe with that cryptocurrency, because the problem with self-custody is that you are now responsible for the security of your money.
I always tell people the good old sentence, not your keys, not your crypto. It's simple. Yeah. You need to find a place where you protect it. Anyway, thanks for your time for crypto's present, future, and challenges, and the nice reflections. We will move over to the next part. Correct? Yes, and we will have a big thank you from all of you listen to that brains on the stage here.
Thank you. Yeah, especially thank you, Dan, BlockTrades, for sharing the last bits of your voice with us. Thank you very much. I think it's a tradition you lose your voice at HiveFest, right? Yes. Okay, thanks a lot, guys. We will be having, I have a couple of remarks, and I even have it on the presentation, but you're very welcome. Oh, you can sit. Then I have a good idea. Maybe not so good. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I found this analogy, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So first is the bad ass, it's badass. Look, the Hive Rally crypto car is actually outside parked, and here is the emperor trying to move it because he wants his delicate chariot be in that place. But if you already want to take a peek, you can do so. It's parked right in front of the palace. I had forgotten to say that, but it's still here, and it will be here, or you will be able to ride in it on Saturday, right? And then moving on to the ugly is something I was looking forward quite a lot to, and many of you most probably were, but we've just talked with this guy called the captain of the boat, and it's very unfortunate. Lord Butterfly can move mountains, but unfortunately we're still not able to move the weather. So the captain, we just had the last discussion with the captain, and it's very unfortunate, but tomorrow we will have to cancel the boat trip because it would just not be safe to be in a half-open boat with 100 people, because of course everybody would have joined, because it would have been so awesome. But for those who are staying until Monday, we will try to do it again on Sunday, so maybe even reschedule your flight if you, right? Because it should be great. Yeah, so tomorrow then leaves an open space in the schedule, and I thought of maybe firing up the app, find some friends and try and visit a museum or something like this. There's, for example, here in the city center, apparently there is a frog museum. Well, what could be more fun, right? A frog museum, yes, yes. Super crazy, super weird. Super Croatia, I mean. No, not crazy, no, Croatia. So you could visit that or do some other stuff. And I thought maybe it could be nice to go back to those Lisbon vibes. It's been a long time. So there's this billiard club, pool billiard club. It's in Bakvice. It's a small stroll outside. So let's meet there tomorrow at 3 p.m. to play some billiard and have a good time instead, right? So yeah, it's really unfortunate, people. I would have loved to be with you on a boat to snorkel, but maybe we can do that on Sunday. For those of you who are still here. So we have a 10-minute break, and then we will have the documentary, Water Direct. It will only be shown right here, not on the live stream. Sorry, live stream folks. You will have to go to Cannes Movie Festival next year to see it. So 10-minute break, and then we continue with the documentary, all right? speechless and voiceless. What? Wow! Super, super, super great, super epic. Beautifully shot. Great narration. Really nice timbre in the voice. Super great. A beautiful story which has been told through these images. Ralph told me it was the first time he flew a drone and made some drone shots, and actually his drone got confiscated at the airport. But I want to invite up the stage Maxam and my new life, Ralph, for a little Q&A. And please come up the stage, Ralph. Thanks so much. A big round of applause for the filmmaker, narrator. Oh, take a seat, guys. Super epic. So I'm going to start off with the questions, and then maybe the audience also has some. So, yeah, obviously, Raf, you went to Ghana. You were there already, Maxam, or not, but you guys went to Ghana. So, how long did you go for, and how was the overall trip?
So basically, me and Sam, we actually met at the airport in London. We didn't know each other before, and the only how I know was from Hive, and we've been there just 1 week, actually 6 days, something like that, yeah. So there was like a lot of events, and we visited all these boreholes, and I pretty much like filmed all the time, everything, and yeah, that's what it was.
Right. So how did you guys connect, Maxam?
Okay, I must say it was very incredible. I never knew Ralph, not even on Hive. It was Stackers and guilty parties who told me they want to do something with the boreholes. So there's New Life, my new life. I should contact him, and he's the one I'm going to work on this project with. So we exchanged contact and we started chatting. And the next thing we saw ourselves at the airport.
Right. And then you were doing the negotiations with airport security to get his drone back, or?
Yes. So they wanted to have reasons why he has the drone with him. So I gave them reasons why he has the drone, and it was okay. It wasn't something difficult.
Okay,
yeah.
Good, cool. So what is the plan with the documentary? Because actually it was exclusive. The people on the stream, I hope are we back, Andre? Yeah, so you guys missed out on a super wonderful documentary about Hive boreholes in Ghana, and we're currently doing a Q&A with the maker and the narrator, Raf and Maxam. What is the plan with the documentary?
I think I want to do one more pre-screening in Krakow, maybe the Hyatt cinema, and invite people from Krakow, and maybe organize this with Królestwo, and just invite like some people from the industry. And on the top of that, I've got a producer, and she's looking for the film festivals that we can enter, and we got around 30 festivals so far. We didn't submit yet, but we are planning to start doing this probably until end of the year. And there's probably some tweaks in this film still gonna be, because I try to finish this just for you guys to see it. So we're gonna do some little changes yet. So it's not final product though.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. So are there any questions from the audience about the Ghana borehole project, about making documentaries, or yes, Steve?
So can you just tell us how the financing of the boreholes worked?
Okay, so as narrated in the video, everything is fully funded by Hive. So the whole project started with just a proposal. A proposal went through the DHF funding, and it took a time and a while, but in the end, I got funding from Value Plan, and Value Plan has been the main sponsor of this entire borehole. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. So I was curious. So HiveFest actually looks amateur when you see these events happening on the on the university. I mean, so many people attending, and well, Andre is live streaming here, but the live stream over there, it looked epic. I mean, great machinery and whatnot. Are many people? Do you see like a conversion of people attending these events and joining in on Hive? Do they all get it? Because I see you're talking about these people go to basically any event, right? Because maybe it's a social gathering, or how does it work? Does it? Do they really get enthusiastic? What did you notice afterwards?
Seriously, Ghanaians are much more interested in internet stuff and social media, and it's really getting bigger and better every day. But the problem with Ghanaians or the youth of Ghana is internet. Internet has always been a problem, not because we don't have internet, but it's much expensive. Right. And so it takes people who are really working, people who are self-sufficient to always stay active online every time. But for students and people or the middle class, you wouldn't find them online every day. And one thing we're trying to do is get the youth of these communities on Hive and on internet services. But unfortunately, these villages where we have these boreholes don't have internet services. And it's really a problem, which we are working harder to see that someday we get kind of internet for these villages where we have the boreholes constructed.
Right. So maybe the internet through satellite could be a secondary project next to Hive boreholes.
That would be very amazing, yeah.
All right. Yes. Okay. Oh, lots of questions all of a sudden.
I'm kind of curious, how did you choose the locations? Like, what was the process of like picking the places?
The whole idea started when I was working for the government, and I was posted to this village in Ghana, very, very far. I worked literally for 6 hours before I got to this community, and I was really exhausted when I got there. And the water I had with me was done. So I asked for water, and they took me to a river, and this is the river they drink. In fact, I could not drink what they showed me, but I managed to do my best. I took some part of it and made sure it is settled before I could drink, and it is something that none of you here would ever drink. So I said to myself, when I'm back from this village, I'm going to do something to ensure that this community is having a potable or a healthy water. And I realized there are several other communities in Ghana who are in similar situations. And so I spoke to different leaders in Ghana to see how best they can help me put up potable drinking water for villages that are having this situation. And none of the things I did, none of my effort worked. So the only thing I did was to speak to my colleague Collins, and he suggested, we're on Hive. We've seen people having projects on Hive. Why don't we speak to a few people to see how best Hive can support us? So I spoke to certain people, and one of them was Guilty Parties, which he suggested, it's a nice idea. Why don't I put this into a proposal, and it will go through the DHF fund, and once it is being accepted by the community, then we can start everything. And then after the first borehole, we had media houses in Ghana coming to take coverage, and so the thing went viral. So I don't know how it happened, but I started receiving phone calls from chiefs and community leaders who are in this same situation. And so they asked if we could also come to their help. So what I did was to write their names down, every community that I think needs water. But the thing we do is we just don't supply the water. Before we choose you, I make sure I visit your community. There are communities I even spent days to sleep there. There's one community I was sleeping in a classroom simply because I wanted to understand the people. I wanted to know their real situation, if indeed they truly needed water. I even had a lot of skin rashes and all that, all because I wanted to understand the real situation of the people. And that's how it has always been. So these media houses help us. They carry the message away, and chiefs contact me, and I also make sure with my team we visit the place to see their water situation, to verify if indeed they truly need the water. The sad thing here is the very community that brought this inspiration, they still don't have the Hive borehole because they don't have electricity. And so we're working harder to see if there is a way we can get like solar energy or any different source of energy that would help the borehole to be pumped to serve that community.
Congratulations, Rafa. What a fantastic representation that you've made of that whole situation that's going on in Ghana. Congratulations, awesome. Just on the funding that you guys mentioned, further funding and further possibilities of this project, I'd love to see us figure out a way to put Wi-Fi into these boreholes. I'd love to figure out a way to educate people locally how to monetize their activity on that Wi-Fi using Hive. And I'm sure there's many interesting possibilities there. I have two quick questions, one for both of you. The first one for Maksam is, I understood you stopped a war. So maybe you can go into the details of that, or at least a feuding tribe. And Rafa, could you tell us your experience in Ghana and how it was maybe different to what you expected, and what the general, what Ghana's like from your point of view?
I think generally what I've noticed that a lot of people, they've like no other choices. Anything what comes over there, they just very interested, in the technology, and they want to be really, really involved, So even you probably heard the narrative part in this film of the one girl, and she's from the Ghana, so I asked her to be involved just for this little bit. And I sent straight away to her HBD. She was so happy, and thankful for that. So that's how I also involved in her. But generally, for me, the experience it was good, but it's still different world. And but what I've noticed that a lot of people want to be involved, and they're looking for something to do. Because you got a lot of corruption still, so that's how we sorted out my drone. I mean, did you pay anything? Okay, he just talked. That's yeah. But yeah, those people, they don't have much opportunity. So anything what comes, something new, some technology or whatever, they really want to be involved. And they ask the questions, and then if I feel if you kind of give them some task, they will be happy to kind of be involved.
Could you remind me of your question again? I stopped. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, there were these two communities that they were not in good terms. Yes, thank you for that story. So we gave one community Hive water well, and the other community was also in dire need of water, and they wanted to benefit from that. So both chiefs were before Chief A would allow Chief B to visit the Hive borehole, unless they resolve that issue between them. And so they contacted me that there's been, over the years, misunderstanding between these two communities. And so they are not in good terms, but one wants to benefit from the other. So I need to sit down with both chiefs and help them to understand the importance of collaborating and uniting together. So in the end, everything was settled. We invited other traditional leaders in Ghana who also got involved in this matter. And we are happy that now one or the other community receive or benefit from the community that we gave the Hive water well to. So it's amazing to see that Hive borehole has united two communities. Yeah, thank you for this story.
Hi, so my question is, I just wanted to know, how is a community how independent is a community to build the village? In terms of electricity, I've seen that this is something centralized, obviously, and they very much depend on the power plant nearby or the supply by government. So would it be possible that the community would just decide to have their own electricity supply?
That's going to be a bit difficult because some of these infrastructures are provided by government. As of now, I still haven't seen a private company providing electricity in Ghana. Everything is still owned by the government. So things like electricity on roads, they are being constructed or done by the government. there are a few individuals, rich people, who try to get involved in road construction, and that is only around where they live. Yes, they don't do this elsewhere. I remember there was this minister who, his own town where he comes from, they don't have water, which we gave Hive water to that community. But within that community where his family lives, he has constructed a borehole, and it feeds only his family. No one else in the community enjoys that water. So this is what is happening in Ghana, or most of these villages. So these things are mainly done by government. It's very difficult to have private individuals, or I don't see any individual providing a source of electricity in Ghana.
Okay, I can give you a solution to that maybe. There is a project in Senegal which is called African Green Tech, and they provide solar panels and they connect it also with Wi-Fi. So maybe that would be a solution for that.
Thank you very much. We will look into that.
Hi. Well, first of all, congratulations.
Thank
What
you.
an amazing project and an amazing video and storytelling. So amazing. I'm just curious, are there any plans to scale this project maybe to other countries, or, you know, is it a set of boreholes that you decided to build and that's it?
It would be lovely to have this in other countries like Nigeria, because I got someone who contacted me from Nigeria that they have similar challenges. But the truth is, even in Ghana, we have lots of villages who still need this thing. But unfortunately, it's only the Value Plan who is the main sponsor of this project. There are times that we've submitted proposal hoping that we get funding for more or a lot more communities, but it delays because funds are not available enough. So it takes time for us to get funding for the next borehole that we have. But for sure, we definitely get funding for that. It would be very amazing if we can extend this to a lot more communities or villages in Ghana, even beyond, like you're saying, Nigeria and neighboring countries.
Thank you.
So, are you actively submitting a new proposal?
Currently, we have one project under construction, and that will be the 18th one. It's not yet launched. The latest one we launched was with Alejandra, Miss BTC, when we went to Ghana, and she got involved in that launching. It was incredible.
Right. Okay, thanks. So, Alejandra, your experience, was it similar to what you've seen on the video?
Yeah, when I saw the video, it was like home for me. I remembered the 3 water holes that we went, and yeah, it was an incredible experience because all the people were very grateful for the water, and I loved talking to all of them and feel their happiness and their they're grateful for Maxam and his friend for what they have done. And when we were in the launching, there was the 2 chiefs, right? And for me, it was an incredible experience to be with all of those people, see their faces, all the kids. It was amazing. They were filling all of their containers full of water, like little kids carrying these huge containers. I was like, is it not heavy for them? I was asking them, and they were like, no, it's not heavy. And I was like, okay. But they were like, the water was falling and they were walking. It was very emotional. Yeah, I loved it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any more questions? Yeah. Oh.
It was really nice. I just heard about this yesterday in the lunchtime from Sam a little bit. And when you submit the proposal to some movie festival, please consider about doing it to somewhere in Japan, because we more tend to see crypto as scam or fraud, but it really changes people. How do they see crypto, and then encourage it to use some nice projects? So when you need help to come to Japan to submit a proposal. I'm really happy to help the translation because I work as a translator too. So thank you for the nice
Thank you.
movie.
All right, great. Instant connections. So I heard more people are inspired all of a sudden.
Yeah, I would love to copy these models and bring them to El Salvador. Like I told you before, Maxam, I think it would be incredible because in Central America, in South America, also Mexico, that it's North America, there's a lot of need of this kind of things. So yeah, initiatives. So I think it will be awesome to replicate this, and it is possible.
So, Raf, you've got a lot of documenting ahead, I guess. Are you up for it? Okay. What's next with your plans, by the way, after this one?
I don't know. I'll probably finish this, and then I'm just like open to do like any other projects. It don't need to be like this kind of documentary. It could be like any kind of like I don't know, some advertisement for people in a crypto, if they need like some good ideas to just show to the people what we do as a Hive. I'm open to work on it.
All right. Oh, Vincent. Yes, please. Last question by Vincent.
I want to know how much does it cost to have a borehole in US dollar, if it's possible.
Talking money now.
The first borehole cost us $4,000, and as we speak now, it's between 6,000 to 8,000, depending on where we taking the borehole to. Because the farther it is, the more expensive it becomes. So between 6,000 to 8,000 is okay for a full or a complete borehole.
Yeah. Okay. So that was the last question, but I can still ask questions. So that's actually. So I was actually curious, but this is a deformation in me building a house. How deep does these holes need to go to get fresh water?
Some communities are really good. They are not too far. Water is not far from where they live, but I think the highest or the longest we've gone is 110.
Okay. Okay. Epic.
Yeah.
Thanks. All right.
Yeah, deep. 110 deep. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the depth.
Okay, impressive, super impressive, and I guess, if you bring all those machinery far out, it will cost a shit ton. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Raf and Maxam. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, of course. And Maxam still has one more thing from Maxam.
Yes, no one has any idea of what this moment means to me right now. In fact, it's something I've been looking forward to. I'm super excited that we all gathered here to witness this event, and I want to thank Raf. He's done an amazing job doing this. It wasn't easy coming to Africa. I don't know what he thought before coming, but he really coped very well, and he was really easy to deal with when we were in Ghana. And same to Alejandra. Alejandra did an amazing job with me, and she was very, very good also. And I think this also gives me another reason to speak to people about those I've been talking to about Hive, that these usernames I see on screens are just not names on screen. They are real people, and I'm here to meet them. And so I am super excited about that. And the fact that Hive also delegated or agreed to send people to Africa, to Ghana, to see what they have put their money into, I really appreciate that. At least there is a sense of trust that I wasn't just doing anything. They are not just pictures and videos I was posting on Hive. This is a real thing that I've done. And I hope to see that someday, anyone who wants to come to Ghana would just hook up with me, and I'll take you to any of these boreholes where you could be proud of yourself that you are part of this project. You contributed to this. Because had it not been the decentralized nature of Hive, I don't think we would have got to the 18th one. Had it been an individual project or any NGO, maybe one or two is okay. But because of the decentralized nature of Hive, we vote, people appreciate what we're doing, and that's where we've got to. And I believe we can even do more. And so the next thing I would also wish to see is we have platforms, conferences where we could speak more about the impact that Hive is making socially. I think it's very important, just like Krims mentioned. We need to talk to the world about what Hive has achieved, what we can use blockchain and technology to achieve. I was happy when Miss Mirella presented yesterday about the DAO for museum. I met her when I did a presentation at Tech Expo in Amsterdam about this same project, which is the Hive borehole. And so I'm looking forward to see that we have platforms where we will speak about this incredible activity. And then for those who will be able to help us to do more, we are open and get Starlink, internet service for poor communities, solar panels to help and create a community where we train young people to get something that they can empower themselves and their entire community. Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's effort.
Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Okay, last but not least, I want to invite up the stage, kind of a tradition, Detlef, you've got something for us? Yes. What? Yes. What's happening?
Not another panel this time.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Which one do you want?
I'll take this one.
All right.
Yeah.
You want to go up the stage?
Yes,
or?
for sure.
Okay.
But it's so hard to have a speech which is way more fun-orientated after what we just saw.
Right.
So I have to move you a little bit into other worlds again. I love this project, and I already had several ideas how we could all collect a little bit on whatever things we do to send more funds into that direction. Maybe we come up with some more ideas. But back to my core topic of my talk, because you might saw that we do, oh, thanks, the clicker. I'm the last one, can I take it?
Yes, you can.
Since 2017, a few days after I joined Hive, I said, well, blockchain technology, very nice stuff. I can't develop this thing, so try to do something else. Community, cool. But what topic? I didn't want to talk about politics and other things. So I said, well, try to motivate people just to do things on the blockchain with a topic where they can learn on how to do maybe posting and other things right. That was the idea. Now, a lot years later, and let's say 75 weeks later, I'm here again, and sometimes I didn't believe what happened in all the time and how all this was accepted by the community. So I will talk, not long, about blockchain and beer and what you can do. And this talk is mainly for you to take your own topic and think about how you might do similar things. And if you need any assistance, any help, any bad and nice things who could happen when you do something, ask me. I'm here to help. I'm here to explain you a little bit more. So, HiveFest in Lisbon. I was new on Hive, really new, a few months. So I sneaked in and got a speaking slot. I said, well, I don't know anyone there. Busbeer Geek was there, hi over there. And I did a speak about the beer challenge I started just a few weeks ago. And there was a full audience. People like Donna were there, and Jeff Jago and others. I said, well, might be a topic. Let's see. So this is me. You saw the picture probably a few times. And if you look now, we are a community. Is this the right slide? We will see. We are a community nowadays with 2,400 people. There is maybe a wrong slide deck you got, okay, I will do other things by voice. And the whole thing developed into something totally different. We have people from all over the world, even more and more people from Central Africa. Might be a big thank you to your activities there, and they post their weekly story about the beer and what they happened on their way to the weekend or meeting with friends and so on. And actually, let me have a look here, because it really looks like I only have one slide in, which shouldn't be there. So this is the actual one. And I have another topic which I like to describe as another good example what you could do, for example, mixing NFT, blockchain, and the real life accidentally in the topic of beer. 1 year ago at the event in Berlin, we met the people from Meta Brew Society. Fancy name. And I like to tell you a little bit of what they did, just because the same reason. Look at it, try to think, how could I adapt the project into something you like to do? Maybe in a different topic, maybe with boreholes, or maybe with something totally different. So they did something nice because they bought a brewery. Good idea at all, but they made it in a very different way. And it's a very different way. Comedian, yeah? Sometimes it works. What they did is they put out an NFT. And with this NFT, you get member status in the Meta Brew Society. And they have all these nice beers. And from all the money they got, they bought this nice brewery. I talked to the guy who made this, and he said, well, actually it's way too big what we got there, but we did it and we create many other things now there. So they have all this in their blockchain, which is on some other chains, but I already created them an account on Hive, starting a discussion what we could do together. And the nice benefit of being a holder of this NFT is that you get 240 cans each year delivered in front of your door. So it could work quite easily if you mix digital and analog models together. And the more often I look into this, I said, well, let's think about out of the box where we could do similar things with whatever. You get a lifetime, 240 cans each year. So have it in mind. But they did even more. They put up a system where you as a token holder has as well the rights to vote on ideas, on new beers and new activities they do. So they take more and more things from our well-known blockchain technology, community things into the real life. Yeah, there's discounts on shops and so on. So I try to figure on the most important things. And they have their shop where you go and connect your wallet as simple as you saw. They work on a wrong blockchain. Sorry, guys. We have to convince them a little bit because using their shop looks nice, but it's a nightmare in how they solve it. But anyway, they do many different beers, so mainly light ones you can easily drink and not like our Belgium stuff with 11 or 12% make you sleep after the third can. And they as well have fewer calories for all the people who have to watch on this part a little bit. And they started to make with a totally new way of producing a recipe where you really don't have any alcohol in beer, which opens a way more interesting area. You know, I'm quite good in talking. So I had a chat with these guys, and after a little bit of negotiation, we ended up that we got around 240 cans delivered to this HiveFest. So this brings me into the position that I need your help, mainly to empty it. And as we have different tastes, there are some IPAs, there are some pills, there are some helles, some with bubbles, we will see, and some with non-alcohol at all. So make a long story short, if you like to know anything more about these guys, here is the contact page, and there we go. But a few last words on what we did so far. So who from the audience doesn't know the beer token? Great. And this was one of the first token who started on the blockchain, because I saw I can do a token. And if not I do now a beer token, somebody else will do it. So I bought it, and then starts the interesting journey, as well something for your ideas to make a copycat. I said, well, I could buy more to have it staked, I could buy more to do this, but I stepped back and said, well, I write something and I invite the community to support it. And the community bought the token, and what we got from the token, we collected over a few weeks to be able to get the staking function working on Hive Engine. So this seems so simple, but the concept behind it is that you engage people a lot more if they are a part of it. And all this helped to grow the community and have all these people staying more and more together. And the beer token is just this a token on the chain, and we have all this function where you could say !beer, and then whatever time it is, or even after the payment payout period, the one where you comment gets a little zip of beer token as to be honored or to have a smile or whatever. And again, lesson learned, there are script kiddies around. You know what they do. We had very interesting talks with some of them, how we get the 1,000 beer back. Not about the value, mainly about fooling the community, which is something not everybody like to stand to be pointed that he is the one who fooled the community. Nevertheless, the clicker is really nice. I like to see in discussions with you what else we can do as a community with this topic. So if you have any crazy idea, I really love to hear it. I really start to discuss with you about what can we do out of this. So this means what comes next, or where do we go next? And I have to bring something which is probably not really a secret. We will think, or we already think, how we could bring the things world mapping does. You saw the talk yesterday, together with what beer can do, as an example of what can other communities do if their posts are somewhere on a map. We need to have a map for the borehole community where you really see where these holes are. And similar things should be easy possible. This is something what we with a world mapping team will develop in the next few months, half a year, or whatever time we have. Same goes then with your own activity on maps. And my developers kicked my butt yesterday because I missed an important thing. Their work made the whole thing running 3 times faster now. We still have bugs. It's made by human. Another thing is 3 times faster, but we as well have 3 times more pins loaded automatically whenever you start it. So feel free to play around with this. Come with ideas in what communities or what tags we can integrate this. And from there, I'm more or less done with my talk. If there are any questions, feel free to talk to me. But first, my mouth gets so dry, I think you could assist me a little bit with having the next beer Saturday with a beer from Metabrew. Thanks.
Fast enough? Yeah, super. Thank you, Detlef. And now, yeah, almost. Thank you, Detlef. So there are beers, right? But still a non-alcoholic event. But there are beers. I already got one. I'm actually uploading and downloading my presentation, but it might be easier to just swap out some computers because it will be too slow. Yeah, it will be too slow. So I'm just gonna hook up my presentation to another computer. Really last minute hacking. No. Grab a beer, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, so you all got a beer? Let's say, booyah, I got a beer. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, cheers. Say cheers. Thank you, Detlef, for your presentation. Thanks a lot. Thank you all for attending. So please, guys, Lord Butterfly wants to take a little, oh no, we do that in a bit. Giacomo. First off, I'm not sure if everybody, it was clear to everyone. Tomorrow, unfortunately, the boat trip has been cancelled. It's sad to announce it once more, but it is unfortunately not happening. So I encourage you, maybe we will try to do it on Sunday, but more about that in a bit. So I encourage you tomorrow to go to the Frog Museum. It's super epic. And afterwards, we will meet at 3 p.m. at the billiard club. I will share the details in the app later. So at 3 p.m. we will be at the billiard club. So I want to thank, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Splinterlands, who've been sponsoring this event. Thank you, Jabba. Of course, the Hive blockchain. It's you people. You've been sponsoring by voting the value plan. 3Speak, Matt. Thank you so much. All the people on this screen, Block Trades, Alpha, Gandalf, the BDEVs, Engrave, and Jabba Mat again, Grampo, eTurnerX, and Stevie C, and you know who you are. Archange, Elmira Beard, Asgard, Starkus, Crimson Clad, Jarvi, Rui, Studkev, and They Call Me Dan for your generous support. But I also want to thank the, I made some slides, the catering, ladies and gentlemen. Please, a round of applause for Pete and his crew. Thank you so much for supporting us these days. He told me that you get kidney stones from mineral water. I've been drinking a lot of mineral water, and he told me you get kidney stones, so take that. If there's anything to take home from HiveFest, do know that you get kidney stones from mineral water. And of course, the tech guys, Andre and the crew, here, Goya, bells, the lightning. Thank you so much, guys, for these 2 days. You were wonderful to stick up with me. Flexibility, super awesome job. Thank you so much. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, he didn't want to come up the stage, but he has to because he wants to take your picture. Please come up the stage. Damir, Lord Butterfly, who actually set up this whole event the past few days. Thank you so much, man. Props to this guy. So please come here because we want to take one more shot at we need to take a picture again. There's one more group picture happening right here on the stage. Really. Because somehow all the film got destroyed from yesterday's picture. So we need to take a new picture. Please come up the stage. Yeah, the stage will break. The stage will break.
Stage will break.
Oh, the stage is full. The stage is full. So please in front of the stage. It's okay, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, anybody wants to take a picture or no, we just So Raf's here, right? So Raf, can you do one important job? So please, ladies and gentlemen, raise your hand if you're still here, if you're flying out Monday or later. So if you're still here on Sunday, please raise your hand. Yes. Take a picture, Raf, please. Yes, okay, administration. Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much.
You'll count later on.
Okay, people on the live stream, are we already? We already cut the live stream.
Rearrange my tickets.
Okay. Bye bye, people on the live stream. Cheers. Have a nice evening, guys. Thank you so much.